Sorry, I was a bit slow on the draw there. I was reading the chat. You people were keeping me in me. Oh, is this going to repeat? Hold on, let me give it 30 seconds and see if this repeats. Actually, I'm not going to give it that long. I don't think it's going to. No, let's turn the business on. There we go. Brought to you in association with Raid Shadow Legends. You've got to follow me on Facebook to understand that one. Yeah, thanks, Gretchen. Yeah, you gave me that joke. I stole it from you. Hello, good evening. We're on to this Satisfact because that's what we're doing at the moment. Let's say hello to a few people. Let's start from Jan. There we go. Jan, you can go first. And then Micah and Eric, Gretchen, Mr. Muckbaldspot, Knuckles Morris, Blaster, Ozzy and Mike, Arthur Packet of Crisps, Andrew, Menso. All right. Will do. That works. Good. There's too many. There's too much. It doesn't quite make sense. Steady Bob and Wayne and Rendrag. Oh, sorry. I'm drinking flipping diet, right? And I'm having one just to get the old energy levels, bursting at the seams. And I tell you, repeats on you way worse than the sugary stuff does. Where was I? I don't know. Let's say Blaster and then Ozzy and Mike. After Packet of Crisps, I've done them, definitely. And Menso and Steady Bob, Wayne, Rendrag, Black and Sky, Code Monkey, Guru, Paul, One Fox, 2-1, Ski Gibbo, Grumpy Bot, Tim, and Techstar, Gretchen once more. Well, I did nick your joke, Gretchen. So there you go. You can have double the shout out, double the fun. Hold on. I scrolled and it's all gone to pot. Wait, hang on. Oh, flipping Nora. Where are we? We're here. Ish. Jeff with his boats and Swinny and Dwarf and Kuza and Mr. B, a.k.a. TBS Twister. Bjorn and Arjun and the Quiltless and LOLO and David and Techie off the rails, LDSK. Rob LFC Suitor and Richard, Super 8, Eileen. Ajax Engine Company and Patufra, Scorpio, Frazzle Running, Peter, Jardine, Data Mine Trap, Chicken Kiev. These are people who are all here, They're all here in the chat and they're chatting. Even if this is the last time they chat, although they might turn up for the weather at halftime. You never know. Woo Tracks, Mike some more, and Clumsy Cole, Major High Drama, Mike and Pioneer, Lord Flashheart, Woof Woof, Stephen Smith and Paul and Average John, Rusty IT Nerd, Deaf Mick, Joshua, PJS 27188, and Tim, and Coldo and Zero Heat, and wait for it, and Chris, and Ian, and Cole, Chris again, and Hockey Pucky. Sorry, Chris again. You're just a Chris the first time. There's just two of you. You just happen to be close together. Norsican Ships Councillor, Blake, Rogers, and there's Sean and Crown and Cody, Laszlo, Steve, Yorkshire Phaser, Goddamn Thieves and Bjorn and Captain, just a flaming, where are we? Hang on, I'm there, I'm here, I'm not. No, because I haven't mentioned Adam and Stephen and Captain Phantom. No, I missed them. Anyway, there's Tim again, obviously. James, Andrew, Dean, Butcher, David, Artificial, and... oh, we get that now. I've seen your name about 1,000 times, and that's the first time I got that it's a pun. Right, Ashley, Scott, Roadhog, Techstar, Gretchen, some more, and Dean, and Zero Skill, Ketu. Beeps chucked $50 in the bucket. What a solid personage of great renown. Note. Martin, Lordrian, Without, Grey the Grey, Brammy Perspective, Pete, Luca, GPS OMG, Ian, Hatchie, Lady Katie Rose Louise, who wanted all the first names, all of them. I want all the first names. I'm going to be Colonel, Admiral, Space Captain, Doctor, Reverend Failure. That's me. Nothing wrong with your name. Lady KRL. Yeah, that's what I'm calling you now. Yeah. Or we could go for LKRL. Boom. It could be a hip-hop name. Mainframe, Peter. Lieutenant Frank Drebin and Gretchen and Skipper Chew, Wiletsky, Darren, Gretchen, Borg. Any more? Just Gretchen. Okay, fine. There you go, Gretchen. I think that's paid you enough. That's like multiple shout-outs for great adventure. Right, super. Oh, nuts. Right, okay, well, look, as is tradition, I'll put my specs on. I can't decide if I'm in a specs on or a specs off mood. Here's the thing, and those of you of a certain age will know this, is that my eyesight goes, don't need them, do need them, don't need them, do need them. Because I need glasses for no matter what distance I'm looking at these days. My eyes have just gone completely to pot. You know, short distance, long distance, middle distance, you name it, I should probably wear glasses most of the time. But on occasion, it'll go, oh no, you can read everything just fine. Just fine. Just fine. And then you kind of go, I'll put my glasses on, and kind of go, can't see a thing. Because these are just standard distance, right? And my varifocals live in the car. Varifocals, how flaming old am I? I tell you, getting a bit older is rubbish. It's great and rubbish at the same time. Right, I have made changes. I have made some updates. Because I don't want the thrilling narrative to be slowed down while I re-engineer stuff for the umpteenth time. So let's have a quick look at what's changed. Oh, nuts. First things first, I've opened yet another mine over here in Mine Central. I've started to care less about belts crossing over one another. I've then orchestrated this belt balancing load-up system, which mostly works. The top tier, which is now tier 4, doesn't go through the aforementioned belt distribution balancing weight load system. It's a good system. I like it so much I'd do it again over here. And this one actually looks better. Hang on, let's have a look. Yeah, you see? Yeah, yeah, lots of zigzagging and splitting and spreading and all of that kind of behaviour. But it's to make sure that no one belt is being consumed faster than the others in theory. Arjun's chucked a fiver in the bucket. Here's a little something for the bucket. Thank you, Arjun. I'm not sure how long you'll last tonight, but you're on the strong stuff. Post-op. Oh, crikey. Well, hopefully the op that you are post, Arjun, has gone successfully. I wish you mend quickly, and if you have the stuff that lets you see colours, take it. Right, yeah, we're a multi-floor environment. Down here on the ground floor, we make the basics. That's your iron plate and your iron bars, which are happening over here. Pipes, whatever you want to call them. They're being made over here, right? They're over here somewhere. See, it's all good. The system works quite nicely. Thank you very much. And then once we got those made, the pipes all go up the lift, right? Or it goes up 3 lifts, I should say. The plates go up another thing. Take my word for it, they just do. I've built a system to get upstairs quickly. You would think stairs would do it, but no, not stairs. This is just copper that is being turned into copper things. Don't really need it at the moment. It's not something that I have great need for. But let's go up to deck number 1, and then we'll see what's what. Right. Okay. So up here on deck number 1, we've got our inbound. No, that's outbound. That's outbound screws. Lots of screws. Lots and lots of screws. We go through screws like we really need them, and because they all off the belts that come in. You see, we turn the belts into screws. That's sharp here. I've done some I've done some masterpiece engineering here. The big thing that's holding me up more than anything else right now is the speed of belts. I need tier 3, and that's what we're working on today. Yeah, I'll forget it. They get the idea. Yeah, all right. Okay, so the walls are not really a work in progress. The walls need to be progressed a little bit further, and that's all good. And then if we pop our way up here, then you'll see the screws finding a use for themselves, which is helpful. Here we go. This is screws on belts. And the only reason all this is stationary right now is because all of the end zone hoppers are full. So that's, well, most of them, pretty much all of them, quite a lot of them are full. Yeah, you see, there you go. Right, and yeah, so yeah, just screws, lots of balancing, splitting, All this works. It all works fine, and it's repeated patterns as well. Which, I mean, honestly, if you're going to build a factory like this, repeated patterns is what it's all about. So yeah, so I did some stuff. Right, do you want to see what's being made? Yeah, I thought you might. So over here we've got, I don't know, what are you? Your reinforced iron plate. That's full. Yeah. Over here, frames. Full. Yeah. Have we got any more down there? No, the others are the other way. And keep going. And then we've got some rotors. They're all going on. Oh, there's a spoiler in my inventory there. Right, not really a spoiler, it just tells you where we're going. And then in here, where this is just standalone at the moment, it's not being fed. In here, we're making smart plating, this stuff, right, which we need for the next objective round. And so basically I'm going to use this as a standalone area to make all the things we need for the next whatnot. But, more importantly, we're after this milestone here, Logistics 3, which gets us speedy belts. Speedy belts. Okay, alright, all clear? Good. So, right, what's in the bag? Well, in the bag, I've got a couple of lottery tickets that I haven't spent yet. I've got nuts, obviously. A couple of sets of frames, plenty of reinforced plate, some regular plate, some screws, and a whole bunch of portable miners. Because for our next element of fun, and my isn't it fun, we're going to be setting up the old Foundry here. Right, I'm just going to sling one down here so you can see it before we get underway. There you go. Just black that in there. It's a big monkey, but it's full of vigour. And from there, we're going to be making steel ingots to start with, and that needs equal parts coal and iron ore. Now, rather than nick iron ore off the setup that I've already got, instead we're going to go out and find some more because I did some pinging. Hold on, put all of this gubbins away. There you go. I did some pinging. Right, let's ping away. If we ping for coal, I'm probably facing the wrong way. I can't remember which way the coal mine is. I think it's over there. I think it will go blip any second. In your own time. Thank you. Right, so we've got coal. We've got coal generally in that direction, right? And then also in this direction is some more iron. That's flaming miles away. But I'm going to create the steel refinery, forgery, out there. And you've got a bit more. No, so that's over there, and then you've got some over here. So I think 516 meters that way we've got some iron, and then a kilometre and a half that way we've got some coal. Yeah. Is there any closer coal? Let's ping it again. No, I didn't move the jump plate. It doesn't launch into the new ceiling, Nav Daddy. It depends entirely on your air movement. 1,200 meters, okay, or 14. But the iron is over that way somewhat. So there we go. That's what we're doing. Yeah, because we need steel so that we can make speedy plates. Speedy plates. Right. Good. Okay. So make sure I've got everything I need. I'm going to need some copper wire, I think, which I don't necessarily have on me at the moment. See how I air controlled my way down there. Yeah, same kind of deal. No, this doesn't twang you into the ceiling unless you move at the same time. If you move forwards with it, you will hit the ceiling. I've even put safety rails in so I don't accidentally chuck myself off. Brains. Ow. Not that many brains then. No, just enough. Just enough to function. Oh, some nuts. Great. Growing through my floorboards, which is super. I'm gradually emptying out all of this caper as well, which is helpful. I mean, it's just sat here at the moment, not really doing very much. But I'm sure the time will come where it will go like, we now need all the copper stuff ever made by anybody. This isn't even doing anything. This is a whole great setup here. It's just not... There's nothing happening. Nope. Great. Where's your copper stuff? It's down there. Okay. So there you go. Yeah, that's what we're up to. Right, I'm going to need some of that. Probably a bit more concrete. Take another one of these. Okay. Probably a bit more concrete. Yep. I've got enough of this to bring some belts around, which I'm hoping will be enough. I can build multiple mines. And how much juice have you got left? 134. Those aren't getting hit too hard because most of the factory's offline at the moment because I haven't got any space to store extra gubbins, and that's fine. I mean, while I've got enough gubbins, it's all good. Is my put rubbish in here, turn it into tickets? Yeah, that's whatnot. Hold on, right, wait, here, this one. It's not. That's your fuel bin. Well, where's the flipping stone going then? It's going over here, this way, sort of. I'm lost. Climb up top on this container. There you go. Look where you're going and then go there. Alright, stone stuff is over this way. Alright. Sorry, I'm just going to need a little bit more concrete, I reckon. And so I'll take some. Yeah, give me another 500 bags of concrete. I'm carrying all of this on me, obviously, because I work out. Right. Now then, which way is the coal mine? I'm not going to ping it this time. I'm going to go... Oh, it's over there. Like that. See? Because I know where it is. Ramps and drive up. Yeah. Oh, no. Eventually, ramps and drive up. At the moment, all I've got is the poxy little minecart thing. Or rather, I haven't, but I have the ability to buy it if it pleases me, which it doesn't. When I've got trucks, I may automate some trucks. Don't be tempted to start harvesting stuff. Yeah, I might conceivably get some trucks driving around the place just to make it look lively, but no plans in that regard at the current time. Yeah, so yeah, there you go. That's all of that. Right over here is our power generation. Interesting thing about the power generation, I'm not quite pulling enough water. I'm almost pulling enough water. So there's no real need for me to change anything. But I check this one, and if the fluid amount is less than maximum, while the factory's going at full tilt, this will empty out its water supply over the course of about 15 minutes. So you come back, you turn it off for a couple of seconds, and then it fills, and then off you toddle. Oliver has chucked a $5 in a bucket. Oliver, thank you. Can't stop. Going to go find a clear patch of sky for some comet watching with the boy, and it's cloudy in Wellington. Well, I wish you luck with finding a clear patch of sky. That sounds like a perfect way to spend the evening. Yeah. Well, what do you need? You need 30 megawatts of power. All right, hang on. Let's. Well, I've got a power station just here. I think that might conceivably do the job. Let's have a look. This is something I will loot on the way past. Yeah. Come on, hook up. Right, well, hook this to anything. It doesn't really matter. There you go. Just come on. Just there.
Hey.
And then lamp it in. I'm pretty sure I've got enough power to afford this. I mean, it's only a one-time deal. There we go. Sweet. Kevin's chucked 20 quid in the bucket. Thanks, Kev. I've got a hard drive. Great. Super. No, let's not put that in there. Right. You got anything else in here? It looks like you should have. No, I guess not. Okay. All right. Well, you know, we've done that mission now. So I'll take my power pole back. It's all the same to you. On we go. I said on we go. That was a heat sink. 7 of them. I'm sure they will be valuable. Right, let's bong the coal. We're going out for coal first, because I really ought to, think about maybe bringing some more coal down to the power plant as much as anything else. Right, kilometre this way. Right, you're right, budgies. If I wasn't going somewhere, you'd be toast, and you know it. Yeah. Okay. Just there it is. The ideal ratio is 3 water pumps to 8 coal generators. Yes, it's a fun fact. I'm sure that's worth knowing. I'm sure it's not something that I'll remember. And I don't really care. I'll keep going until it's all crisping, and then everything will be groovy. Right, let's keep going. We were 800 metres out, so a little way to go yet, but it's a lovely day for it. Bong it. Come on. There, that one. 600. Okay. Alright, we're probably going to find some baddies. Alright, so those who squeam about spidery-legged wrong'uns, brace yourselves. I make no assurances that we won't encounter them. What's in here? Oh, it's a wrong'un. Okay. Keep your eyes peeled. Wait for it. Because they don't give up easy. No. Here he is, look. Yeah! Yeah, you're trying to kite me, aren't you? Ow, you peasant. Get out of this bush. Stop doing that. Eat my laser prod.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem.
Yeah, there's another one of those glow balls down there that I am not interested in. Right, let's get some nuts in. Scarfing down nuts like I mean it. Like I'm some kind of alien squirrel. You know what you haven't done? I haven't been running any electricity. No. You're going to need electricity, so maybe you ought to run that down some with you there as well, too. And, yes. Okay, no, that's fine. It's just an important safety tip. Right, yeah, you, come in. We're going this way. Alright, yeah, keep it coming. This also, of course, will help me to find my way back again. I'm Hansel and Greteling my way with electricity pylons. Right. I'd like to see the birds eat these, although the birds on this planet probably would. Right, get the bonger out again. Ooh, nuts. And poison. 400 metres. Flip it. Alright, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make me cross half a chuffing continent. What's the matter? Didn't you have enough dinosaurs? I mean, admittedly, some of them are still alive, so, I mean, presumably, no, you didn't. Right. Sling that. Can that reach that bank? That's a shame. It would be nice if it did. Never mind. Yeah, I'm going to need some kind of solution to get back up there on the way back, but that's all peachy. We'll make it work. Come on, you. Come on. There you go. Get up there. That's where I want you. Go on. Up, 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 up. Yes, I know I can't really see it. Just, you know, try and visualise what it is I'm asking you to do. Just, oh, flipping it. I'm going to have to do it this way. Yeah. The floor's too steep. Oh, stop your whining. There. Put it there. Right. Okay. Bong, please. Ooh, a waterfall. It's probably full of poison. Oh, it's a veritable coal festival. Okay, this is good for us. That didn't actually connect. Yes, it did. Oh, so it did. Right, you, come on. Next one over there. A festival of coal. Oh, look, nuts. And, yeah. I mean, my diet since landing on this planet has been pretty woeful. I mean, I'm existing not even on nuts and berries, just nuts. Just on nuts. Oh, dear. Right, bong it. I know I'm going broadly in the right direction. I just want to make sure I'm going totally in the right direction. Yeah. I mean, okay, so round here, you can't help but flipping loads of them. Look at what? Hang on. One of them's... Someone's got his eye on. Okay, there's 4 of them down there. And that looks like 2 separate coal mine spots. This would be the place. Which means I'm going to have to scrag all those dudes. Okay. How will you go about scragging said dudes? Well, I mean, normally you have to go down there and try and draw them out. Yeah, but in doing that, they'll get me. Yes. Okay. All right. Maybe build some... maybe build some kind of ramp? Or maybe... go to the next place. You coward. Well, I'm just going to have a look over the hill, eh? I mean, that's not cowardly. It is a bit low, isn't it? See, there's some more over there, like it's 160 meters. All right, okay, all right. Yeah, we can go over there. We can do that. Give me some foundations, please. Big fat ramp. Yep, big fat ramp. And how are you going to make that work? I'm going to put a big fat ramp there. Yep. And then another one just underneath it, like that. And I'm going to make that work. Okay. All right. Well, there better not be 12 of them up there. What's that? That's bees. All right. Okay. Kill the bees. Well, let the bees just sting me, but let's kill the... I can't take that with me. I've got no space left. That's probably because you picked up some grass. Yep. Almost certainly. All right. What do we got down here? Some nuts, look. Yeah, I know, but I think we're doing largely okay for nuts right now. Speaking of which, what was that? More bees! Really? Did I miss a bee launcher? On which note? What's this? This is iron! Oh, I have come to... Oh, hello, there you are. Right, okay. Hang on. Oh, I'm busy. Yeah. Stop creating more bees. No one is impressed. Not one. Right. Okay, there we go. Right, come on. Keep going. Yeah. I don't need a shooter. What I need is an ICBM. I want to just... I mean, look. I mean, we're talking about... I mean, the stuff that's on the floor, right? All these mining zones. They will quite happily live through an airstrike of some description. I want an A-10. Just to come in and, you know, bzzz, you know, just get them. That's not an A-10 impression. No, it's not, but people know what you're driving at. So there's that. I don't want to pick it up. I just want to make it so that I can put a mine on top of it. Just stop pressing the wrong button. Where's the grass? Right, throw this away. Right, now do this. Right. Hokey dokey. Or a tank. A tank would do. You know, that would help us along our merry way. Right, let's go production. Let's go miner. And let's get it oriented. Okay, part one. This is actually way easier than I thought it was going to be. Because I thought I was going to have to go somewhere else to get my iron, but turns out, no. I've nailed it. Right, slap that on there. Which means I can also take out these foundation because I'm going to be rocking the conveyor belt. Right, I might rock it slow. Ooh, you sure? Yeah, I'm going to rock the slow stuff because that way I can do lots of fast stuff after I've done the smeltage. Okay, you know best. You darn tootin' I do. Right, is that producing? Or do you need to press the on button? Or similar. Wolfgang asks whether there are any ranged weapons. I think there are. I've never made it. What do you mean there's no power? You haven't actually hooked it up. Oh, okay, hang on. Enjoy being hooked up. Drill, baby, drill. Go, 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 go. Right, and then let's wait for gubbins to come out at the end of here. 3, 2, 1, gubbins. There we go. Right, okay, we're running. Right. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I think there are ranged weapons, but it's not until later in the unlock tree. And I've got further than where I am now before, but not much further. We're coming up on new territory for me, which is fun. But we're not there, not yet. Got a little way to go yet. So until I reach the point where historically I've gone, oh, I haven't got enough time for this. I've got a life to get on with. These days, of course, less of a life to get on with, and therefore, you know, I'm spending my time making a factory in space because of reasons. Right, let's. Right, that'll probably do it for now. Now we've got to go and get that coal. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Laszlo says a bolter would be sufficient to deal with this Xeno scum. That's all right. Yeah, yeah. We're you know, your 40k references are welcome here. You are free to show just how much of a gigantic nerd you are. You're more than welcome and among friends. Right, has any one of them split off yet? No. We're going to die, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, none of those are ranged. They're all melee. Yeah. I mean, what if I were to build a platform over there? What if I didn't actually go down there? Because I don't think I need to. I mean, so you could do it. You could just do it like this. You go, excuse me, lads, don't mind me. Orbital miner bombardment. Right. Okay. Well, this is a problem solved. Right. Yeah. Stick one of those in. They're going to be like, what the hell's going on here? Is that you, Dave? No, it's not me. What's going on with all this technology? I'm going to go, oh, well, I don't know. No, I don't know either. It's wrong. This is probably why we're spawned here. What do you mean? To stop people... Oh, I put that one in the wrong place. To stop people doing this. We're like nature guardians. You can be a nature guardian if you like, Dave, but I'm a gigantic ravenous pig dog. Yeah? Yeah, flipping am. Oh, that's nice. How does that work then? Well, anyone rocks up, I go and bump them with my face until they can't take anymore. Oh, great. Have you done that much? No. But Father used to say, if you see anyone coming, go and bump them with your face until they're really, really poorly. Oh, that sounds like fun. I wouldn't go as far as calling it fun, Dave, but you know, that's what life's all about as an alien pig dog. Are we both called Dave? Yep, think so. I think if one were to break down the narrative that one has spun so far, then we would rapidly discover that both the alien pig dogs are called Dave. I know it's a family thing. Could well be. Right, let's put a murderer together here. Yeah, 1 times murderer. Oh, this is probably a mistake. Well, don't do it then. I'm not going to. Alright. Keep going with the 3 until we can 3 no further. Will you get up there? Not quite. Okay, go as far as here. Yeah, I know. Look, see, I'd like this belt to be, you know, straight and orderly and all of that kind of stuff as well. But frankly, when it comes down to it, I'm really unlikely to come back this way until I need to upgrade these to tier 2 or what have you. And then I'll look at it and go, is it working? Yeah, it is. Then leave it alone. Right, up you go. Good. See you later, suckers. Right. Right, and then I'm probably going to split off half of this coal and send it towards another something or other. No, I'll send it back towards the main power plant. But on the way back, we'll get our steel operations running, because that means I will then, after that, I'll only need to be running 1 belt rather than the 3 that I am currently rolling with. Yeah, number 3's up there. Okay, right, cool. Do you want to stack these? It makes life a bit easier. Yeah, okay. Okay, just bang it in over here. Bang it in about there. Okay, right, okay. We're off to see the wizard. And we're taking him some coal. Yeah, right. Just come here. Get on that. Just there, like that. I think this is probably a more expensive way of doing it. Yeah, I know, but it's going to look gnarly, though, and it also means you'll be able to spot it from further away. What, them being... I don't think that's true. Well, I'm resting on that as my case. So you're just going to have to live with it. Okay, right, just come on, play the ball, play the... It's overlapping another's clearance. It shouldn't be. There isn't any clearance you're overlapping. Just shut up and plunk the thing in. There you go. Because simultaneously, I don't care. Right, yeah, go on. Okay. Alright, good. Oh, there's some good banter going on in the chat there. Are you going to switch them on? Don't need to. They're working, look. See? Look, it's here. Look, coal. Black globules of brilliance hauling their way up through this deserty, jungly desert. where are we going next? Are we going to go up and over here? This is me measuring before placing. Ish. Ah, it's turned out nice again. No, it hasn't. I know that was kind of the point. Where do you want to stick your smeltery? Possibly up top here. Let's have a look. Up top here. Oh yes, this is a super place for it. Yes, it's perfect for a child. Yeah, this is good. This is where we want it. In amongst the poison. In amongst the fish. No, poison, not poisson. That's the same thing. Right, on we come. Let's go. I mean, I'll do the coal and I'll go back for the iron, or I'll do all three at once. I don't know. I'm making it up as I go along. You can't tell because I'm that good. No, I genuinely am pretty clueless as to what's actually happening. Right, there we go. Do a bit of that. Let's add tier 3, and then we'll run the coal down and the iron and all of that, and it'll be groovy. Right, okay, there, good. Sit yourself on the bottom rung, thank you. Right, you come, just get out of the way, trees. Stick this one down. I've got some space, you can cut them all down. Ooh, I could, you're not wrong. Except I don't have my chainsaw equipped. Well, lucky escape for you, foliage. There will be a time. Yeah. Ooh, nuts. Right. Borg's been a member for 25 long months. Really? Is that all? Seriously, Borg? Dear me. I know I did see you say that you'd watched all 50 episodes of Transport Fever 1 in the Alps. I saw that, and you loved it. It's a good series. It is a good series, that one. In fact, I'm hard-pressed to name a Transport Fever series that didn't do a pretty good job. They all find their way soon enough. Even that ruddy, awful Dune Canyon map, which is a deeply, deeply unattractive map. Eventually, I'm allowed to say that because I made it. Eventually, it did find its footing and ended up being, there was some cool stuff in there. Right. Some attractive builds. But yeah, I mean, in terms of just the general lunacy of things, the Alps series was very good for pushing the envelope on what was feasible. That was quite good fun. Right, there you go. As I said, it does seem like longer. In Borg's case, it genuinely seems like longer. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, and his Arctic Circle weather reports. I don't even know when I first started doing weather reports. I mean, obviously it was on your Bannerlords on a bongo stream, but I did those for ages and ages and ages and ages and ages and ages and ages. So, in all honesty, I couldn't tell you how long ago that started being a thing. I'm rather pleased it is. Yeah. Being a subscriber for 8 years doesn't even give you participant state. 8 years? Nausicum, flipping heck. Well, what will you have joined for then? Because that predates Train Fever. I was still covering Factorio back then. It might even predate City Skylines. Because between Skylines and Train Fever, that's when my channel started to get a little bit of speed in terms of growth. Factorio did nothing, despite the fact I was one of the first channels to cover it. I abandoned ship too early. I am now out of slow plate. Okay, right, switch to the fast stuff. Right, no, don't upgrade it for the. No, please don't upgrade it. I just want to build a conveyor belt. There you go. Now, obviously, this is going to space out because you know you're putting fast, slow whatnots onto you know less fast whatnot. I don't use words. I'm aware. Okay, yeah. Whatever it is that you were going to say. Oh, I know. I'm already on it. Well, I'm not necessarily on it, but I'm aware that there may be a problem going on there. You know what we should do here? We should have 2 of them. We should have 2 of them. Let's try and get ahead of the curve while there is a curve to get ahead of. Yeah, I don't need to plan them out too cleverly because I'm not that clever. Right, you haven't got any more of that. I haven't. So we're going with the speedy stuff then. We are going with the speedy stuff. Okay, right, run this first one into here. It is run. Run this second one over here. These belts are going to be pretty ugly, people. Alright, be aware. Because forewarned is no excuse. Alright, and then in the middle here somewhere, we'll put a split error. 1 times split error, please. Thank you. Rotate you around a little bit like that. Right, how much of this have I got left? 153. I don't think I brought enough. I don't think you brought enough. But hey, we'll go as far as we go. We'll at least get this thing rolling, and that way when we come back, then some production will have occurred. So that's, you know, that's not the end of the world. Right, do you want to split off some of this coal? Possibly, but not right now. I'm coming back anyway, so I might split the coal off when we come back. Right, okay, go that here. Right, tell this to make those. Go! It's rocking 45 of them a minute. Oh yeah. Right, let's hook this up onto this one. Right. There you go. Right, tell that what we're making as well. Make those. Go. Ah. With great gusto, we are now making the good stuff. Alright, let's get some more of this going. This uses regular iron plate as well. That is disappointing. Well, if it's making 45... No. Run it as 2 separate belts. Don't run it as 2 separate belts. Run it as 1 belt. I can't decide. And that way... you can maybe do more when you up the tempo, which you will do probably later on. But since you're going to run out of belt making material pretty quickly, then you probably want to go as far as you can before you run out of all of that good stuff. Right, so slide this one in about here. Here we go. We're going. Yeah. Because we'll be coming back. We'll be coming back. I mean, that's a thing. That's a given. We are coming back. I'm going to run out of belt. But until I run out of belt, I'm going to go. Okay? Good. Glad we had this conversation. Super. Right. For America cares about points placement on Transport Fever 2, the laying of belts is truly outstanding work. But you see, the whole point of it's a good point, right? As much as it's a point, and therefore you're just going, at the same time, because the whole point of Transport Fever 2 is to look at it, right? Is to look at what you've made and go, I've done something good here, right? The train spotting element, or plane spotting element, or truck spotting, or whatever it is that takes your fancy in Transport Fever 2 is the point of it. Now, I know the devs are working on making the commercial game more challenging, and I applaud them for that, because that way they can turn what is a fantastic model building simulator into something with a bit of challenge attached. And I do like the challenge aspect of it as well, but that's probably because I'm good at it. Or rather, I know how to do it. It's not even a case of being good at it. It's a question of just knowing what you're doing. Because, all right, Budgie. Yeah, I know it sucks to be you, but I've got me glow rod attached. Oh, he's had a heart attack or something. Poor little guy. Maybe call him an ambulance. I would build a storage hopper, Swinny, but in all honesty, I haven't got the materials. I might have had the materials. Nope, probably haven't. Okay. It's alright, we'll go back and get some more stuff. We've got to come back anyway. It's all fine. It's all fine. It's all fine. No. I have got friends list turned off. Okay, fine. Steam notifications while you're streaming are just a pain in the bum. Particularly on a game like this where it hangs over half the interface. Kind of go, just don't tell me. make it a lovely surprise afterwards of all the new friends requests that I've had that I'm going to turn down. Oh, do I ever turn down a lot of friend requests? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah. But why? Why? Because otherwise, not only would I be dealing with notifications, oh nuts, while I'm streaming from a benign nature, but I'd also have 500 messages a day from people going, "That thing you did with that thing, how did you do that?" And you kind of go, because I'm chatty, you see, I can't help myself. I can't help myself but talk to people when they talk to me. I go, "Hello, how's it going? What's shaking?" Whereas my, my logic side of my brain is kind of going, "Tell them to go away, you're busy." They kind of go, "No, they're being nice. I'm going to be nice back to them." Kind of, "You will never get anything done." Kind of, well, I'm enjoying life and living it to its fullest. Yeah. It's true. It's all true. It's all true. All of it. Every word. Right. What are you? That's what I came for. Right, come here. Now, I'm also going to need some iron plate, which I have to say I'm a little bit concerned about because I don't think I'm storing it anywhere. No, I think iron plate is being manufactured aplenty, but I'm endeavouring to consume it all. Yeah, I'm definitely not storing iron poles, which I probably should as well. You'll do. Yeah, let's do that while I think about it. Organisation, storage container, right? Okay. Whoops, a daisy. Can you line up with the general paraphernalia for me? Thank you. Right, and then give it some 6. Actually, give it some 3. Give it some 3. And just slide it on in there. It's overlapping. Someone's clicking because you've got a container facing the wrong way. Right. Yeah. No, you see green, and you go, yeah, green's definitely what I'm aiming for. And he goes, no, I fooled you. You're aiming for orange. And you're going to go, oh, great, cheers. Borg has flung 55 of the crowns in the bucket. Your first episode was tropical. Totally tropical. That's Transport Fever 2. Yeah, the Totally Tropical series, because the new tropical biome was TPF2's big thing, or among the things I should say for TPF2, and therefore, me, like everybody else, went, "Oh, let's do a map on that then," unthinking as we are. Right, what's going on here? This is all reinforced plate going out. So you've got the screws flowing. Screws are now flowing. Yeah. This is... No, you've missed it. It's the next one over. Okay, hang on. It's over here. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, so there you go. You've got plate going in, and you're barely keeping up. You need more plate. This is why I need super belts. Well, regardless of needing super belts or not, you need more plate, son. You're barely keeping up. But and the reason I say that, of course, is because my my inbound belt system here. Oh, let's get up top here, because you can see quite a bit. Right, it's trundling along fast as it can, but it doesn't get far enough along. Now, as I fill my storage, you'll get a queue of materials going into that one because the screws come in the other end, you see, which is why. This is waiting for screws, it's not waiting for plate. Because it's halving the amount of stuff on the belt with each one of these splitters. So down the far end, they're going to be starving for iron plate. But they will get it once in a while, it just means it will produce very slowly. Once I can actually thunderbolt this lot through, we'll get a bit more throughput. Even then, it's not very efficient. But it works, it gets the job done. It's just not very efficient. Anyway, we're now building up a backlog of iron poles at least, but that doesn't help me with iron plate. No, what are you going to do about that? I'll be honest with you, I don't know. Because you're going to need some, because you build the foundation-y bits with those. Yeah. Does Sky even do YouTube nowadays? Not seen him for months. Sky is on and off. a lot, increasingly on and off. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what his plan is, but you get to as a tubist, and I've seen this quite a lot. Once you get to the kind of 5-year plus mark, having done the tube stuff, it seems to be a tipping point for, am I still enthused by this or not? Early days, you're pretty enthused. Even if nobody's watching you, you're pretty keen on the whole thing because you kind of go, 4 people watched my video, that's amazing. Because it is. It's incredible that just random people off the internet will watch what you assume is some form of entertainment. Whether or not it is entertaining is anybody's guess, but you know, but it's quite a big deal. I think you are storing that stuff. Oh well. Now I guess no. That's a buffer. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, but once your growth becomes upwards, that motivates you like nothing else. Once you see your numbers going upwards significantly, you kind of go, oh, I'm really into it now, and then your numbers slow down. And that can be when you hit 1,000 subscribers, it can be when you hit 500,000 subscribers, but your growth rate slows down a bit, which has the effect of diminishing your eagerness for it all. You know what you need? You need a plate balancer here, because you haven't got it. If we stand here, oh, they are all moving. But you see how much more plate I could be funneling through? Do you see? Yes, you do. I could be funneling. That's a load balancer there. I could be funneling a heck of a lot more plate through here. Yeah. Okay, let's get out there. I'm not sure I can. Oh, there we go. And ride on these belts. This, the one area where I actually care about how things are laid out are on these wall-to-wall plate dealios. I'll show you the outside before we run back again, because I'm a big fan. Yeah, you've got 3 inbound belts heading to 1 output. Yeah, that's not going to be enough, is it? No, it's not. Okay, so what should we do about that? Let us grab a split air. Oh, dirty. Yeah, I know. Grab a splitter, because we're going to have a couple of minutes while a backlog builds up. See? Put a splitter in there. Stick a little box down. Yeah, organisation. Yeah. And wait. And yes. And talk to the hand. Doesn't want to talk to the hand. Doesn't understand what you mean. Right, wait for it. Just. Is that near enough? This is only a temporary. Oh no, that looks not. It's not though, is it? It looks like it might be. It's going to be near. Can't afford it anyway. Hang on. Well, I'll just help myself to some. Hang on. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I just need enough to build a box, and then everything will be peachy. Right. Place box. There. Right. Slap some 6 on it, and go. Good. Right. Okay. That will now hoover up enough for me to go back on mission, which I shall do presently. Yeah. So no, to get back on point briefly. So I don't know whether Sky's just lost his enthusiasm for it, but it's understandable because he's kind of plateaued around that kind of 150, 180,000 mark that he's at. I can't remember where he's at these days. I haven't looked. But I get the same sense myself because I've plateaued in the 65,000 area, which is why I'm changing things up a bit to see if I can't kick the pig back into gear. Not that I'm unhappy, you know. I'm very happy with my little channel. But you know, nothing would make me happier than my little channel becoming a big channel, so that I could explore more ideas and afford to pay some willing folk to take some of the grunt work off me, so that I can focus on the idea stuff. So there you go. This is what I was talking about. Look at these elegant belts going up the side of the building. I think they look tremendous. I mean, yes, it does look a little bit like a tentacular monstrosity, but I like that. A tentacular monstrosity is a good thing. Yeah, there you go. Did someone use the C word? Yeah, I probably did. I probably did. That's how they get you, you know. I'm not even joking. Yeah, I probably did. I probably misspoke, and I used a word which I can't stand using, because your brain gets infected with it, and you end up calling something ridiculously boring rather than what you should. What are you sticking in here? Well, I've barely got anything. I've got 3 lumps of wood, some flaz, and that's your lot. Okay, what's this configured for at the moment? Leaves. Oh, you know what? Go feed it in the ticket machine. Danish thinker has chucked 50 Danish crowns into the bucket and says, "Hello, Colonel Fader, and chat." Well, hello to you, thinker of the Danes. It's lovely to see you here. Yeah, put the iron ore in there as well. Don't need it. That's a heat sink. Good. Probably keep that. Yeah. I reckon they're going to be complicated to build later on. I reckon they are. Where's the ma'am? Here's the ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Just analysed. Get to be analysed, you. Start it. You need 10 minutes. Alright, crack on then. It's got to run Kaspersky on it first to make sure it's not filled with alien filth. Beep has chucked 20 bucks in the bucket. When you do stack conveyor belts, have you ever been tempted to braid them between uprights? No. But then I have watched Josh do that, and the end effect is quite delightful. But then he comes around and goes, "I've spent the past 3 days doing this," and I go, "Yeah, you see, I mean, that's your thing though, Josh, and frankly, I've got a life to be getting back to, so I'll let you monopolise the I spent 6 days building a 15-minute video on Satisfactory that basically just destroys the game. That's your thing. I don't need it." Yeah, Sky just did some more Timberborn. See, that's my... Oh, yeah. I played Timberborn, right? Before it came out, I played Timberborn, and there was nothing to it. It was a nothing kind of a game. It was cute, and it had some interesting ideas, and then 6 months after it comes out, people are building absolute monstrosities. And you kind of go, this facility was not open to me when I played it. You and your flipping early access, and I'm not going back to it. Plus, I've missed the boat now. All of that premium viewer juice has been extracted from the situation. Yeah. Oh, I know what this was. This hopper here, which I can destroy. That was holding leftover iron plate from the previous setup that I was feeding into the main loop, into the main doodah. Timberborn became amazing. I know. I kind of go, and I played it when it wasn't. I've done that with so many games, and that's another thing. That's another YouTuber thing, right? Is you jump on games that you kind of go, this could be great, and the reason it could be great is because lots of people are going to want to watch this. And sure enough, a good chunk of people watch it right at when it first launches. But if it's early access, there's barely anything in there. And you have to wait for 6 months plus before there's anything in there that people will actually be able to go, "Oh, I see what this is all about now. I see why this is cool." You kind of go, I've had to move on. I've got to be chasing the next hot thing. And the trick becomes identifying when to stick, when to go, hold your ground. If you build up the reputation for being the Timberborn channel now, then you will reap the benefits later on. But you don't know that up front. You kind of go like, I can't see anything in this, and so you move on. Yeah, I know it's YouTuber problems, and therefore it is preciously uninteresting. I think I've done a third of a lap twice now. I just keep going in one direction, and then there it is. Then you'll find that which you seek. I seek this. Yeah, there you go. About 400. That's more than enough. Right, anything else you're short on? You could probably put these harvesters back in the big box. Yeah. How are we doing for... You know, you're doing fine for that. You're doing fine for this. You brought... Just hit the sort button. There you go. I've got hundreds of reinforced plate. But it still isn't enough. I bet it is enough. How much do you want to bet? I'll tell you what, if I'm wrong, I'll run all the way back here and get some more. Ah. And if you're right, I'll run all the way back here, but towing belt in the process is going to hurt. Yep. It's okay, I've got nuts. Get nuts out. Alright, let's go. Tried Timberborn, was over it almost immediately. Yeah. Oh dear. You better run. Yeah, but run faster. That's it, good. But I've been and gone. I turned up, played it, went, yeah, there you go, that's that then. Also, I couldn't get into cute zombies. And I know that's their thing, that's their hook. Is that the zombies can be saved, and that's the whole point of the game. And you kind of go, okay, that's fair enough. But they're not my mother's zombies. No, they're someone else's. Yeah, Scarlet Seeker does great videos on indie games. I don't know Scarlet Seeker. There's a channel I've not come across. If I want to see an indie game, I go to my old mate Nook and look for his take on it. Because if there's an indie game, he's played it. You can guarantee he's played it. Because Nook's entire premise is around doing one, getting out. You kind of go, yeah. Should probably catch up with him again. I talked to him about 2 years ago, maybe even longer. But that's the thing, is you just stick your head round the door once in a while. Go, still going? Oh yeah, he's still going. You're going, it's good to see you still going. Nookroom's very good. Yeah, Orbital Potato. Me and Orbital Potato started our channels in the same week, as did Nookroom. All three of us started in the same week, which is, it's just a, just a thing. Actually, no, I think Orbital started about 2 weeks earlier. Not that not that there's anything in that or not. But you bump into people early on because if you decide, oh, you know what, I'm gonna try and do something here. Well, you go and look at, okay, what are other people doing, and people who are playing the same kinds of games. You kind of go, oh, I'm better than them. Because you can't help yourself. I'm better than them, and I've got 700,000 subscribers. Right, let's go get them. And then you don't. You kind of go, why not? Because they got their 800,000 subscribers from that one PUBG video they did 10 years ago, which is obviously untrue because 10 years ago PUBG wasn't around. But I make my point nonetheless. Historically, if I was starting today. Getting to the same number of subscribers would be a total mission. If I started with the exact same approach, it wouldn't happen, because getting subscribers these days is a nightmare, unless... And it's because the viewing public, yourselves, are that much more discerning. You're not as free and easy with your subscriptions as you used to be. And that's fine. Yeah, it used to be a heck of a lot easier. These days, you've got to work for it. You've got to, because every new channel that comes along stands on the shoulders of those that came before, in terms of figuring out what great looks like, and therefore, in order to make a go of it these days, you can't do this half-baked bobbins that I get away with. You've got to do better stuff. Again, this is part of the reason why I'm going through. I'm trying to generate a renaissance later this year. Well, I say later this year. I'm looking at a few weeks away. You haven't edited the first video yet. No, I know, but I will. I'll have to. I've got the footage. Oh yeah, that's half the battle. Reaction channels are a load of rubbish. All of them. no, I don't care who they are. Anybody who does a React channel is they're just a blight. They're introducing nothing new to anything at all, and yet they're incredibly popular. But they are like Leonardo da Vinci compared to the blight that is coming, the hatefulness that is AI generated videos. They're already you already get them on web pages, and you learn to spot it. You kind of go, oh, this flipping. You're looking for how to install whatnot on your thingamajig, and you go, right, okay, yeah, I'll Google that. And what do you get? You get some poxy article that's been written by an AI, where it's just taken information from elsewhere and reworded it. So you go, no, yeah, the information's okay, but it's not as in depth as I want. It's not detailing the exact thing. So you go look up 3 or 4 more, and what do you know? It's the same information parroted in a similar but different kind of a way. And now they're doing it with videos, because you get how to do YouTube people going, here's how to use AI to make your videos, and you kind of go, oh, for the God's sake, don't. Because what they do is they get the AI to write the script, and then they use an AI voice generator to do the voiceover. And what you end up with is bland, insipid rubbish. I mean, it's all sort, it's relatively accurate, but at the same time, it's just god awful. There's not a shred of creativity to it. And if you're just providing a piece of information, maybe that's okay. But it's not even delivering that information in a way that is at all engaging. But it's going to spread like wildfire. If you've read any kind of articles about the spread of AI and how students, particularly students all over the place, are starting to use AI to write their school essays, kind of go, fair play to them. Fair play. And I think it goes to show how the format of the essay is maybe past its best before. And that maybe that is not the way to test for the application of learning amongst young people. Because it probably isn't. I mean, you just need to demonstrate that you understand it. But there you go. Yeah, an AI article writing service. This isn't beneficial. What it is it's lazy. It's very, very lazy. But you're getting the. I mean, if I were to do AI content, right? Because it would be content at that point. Then I could feasibly, realistically, if I were to spend 8 hours a day making it, I could probably kick out about 10 videos a day. I could fill YouTube with a lot of on multiple different channels, on multiple different topics, all of them accurately targeting various different search terms and that kind of stuff. And you just kind of go, at which point I think we should all just end it. You go, yeah. Right, what am I doing? I'm going to make something useful. And I don't know what that is yet. What have I got coming in? I've got steel beams, I think. No, you've got steel ingots coming in. Ah, yes. Beep says, so we're pivoting into information management society, where we can focus more on IP and distribution rights management as opposed to centralized manufacturing. Yes. It's woeful. It's woeful. Once you spot it, once you spot AI made videos, you'll see them everywhere, and you'll go, oh, this really is dreadful stuff. Because even the informational stuff is just not that great. It's just not good. But what it's really really adept at hoovering up views via search and just riding that pony. And of course, the smart thing to do then is make more of it. So they do. Here comes the first batch of steel ingots. Super. in case you can't tell, this is a temporary setup that we've got going on here. I just want to crank out enough so I can get belt 3s. Belts 3? No, belt 3s. Okay, alright, yeah. There you go. Yeah. That's the ticket. Right, tell this to make sense. Do you want to make pipes as well? Yeah. Let's do 1/2 pipe, 1/2 the other thing. You can't remember what it's called, can you? Nope. There you go. You make those, and then let's get this pony on the racehorse. Why would a pony be riding a racehorse? That's something that an AI won't write. I was mucking around with ChatGPT just yesterday, actually. One of the nice things Dovetail do is they do half-day payday. So on the week that you get paid, you get half the day off, which is jolly nice. It's a way of giving extra holiday to people while making an event out of it. If you just give people extra holiday allowance, arguably that's better, but you'd save it up the same way as you do the rest of your holiday. So in this case, you get an extra 6 days a year for no particular benefit, but you have to take it off, which is, I think, it's quite nice. Anyway, I had a half day yesterday, so I mucked around with ChatGPT, which is an AI writing gizmo, right? Writing AI. And I took one of my missives from took one of my missives from my community chat area, and I fed it in there, and I got it to clean it up. I got it to reiterate it. I got it to rewrite it in my style, because it knows who I am. It doesn't search in real time, but part of what it's been trained, and apparently I'm one of the things that were there for the whole training escapade. So whatever, which means it's been trained quite extensively, because I'm not that big a personage. I mean, I'm big in person, obviously, but I'm not that big a personage. I then got it to rewrite it in the style of Hunter S. Thompson. ChatGPT is a fantastically confident idiot. Yeah, and it's not bad. It's close, you know. It gets close. It doesn't understand how to write like me. Although every reply it gave. If you ever want to go try it out, every single reply it wrote back, it would say, "Hello, friends. Today I'm going to do this in the style of Colonel Failure," and you kind of go, "Yeah, that is how I open just about every video." And it had some other lines in there which was very good. That I kind of go, "Yeah, that's for me," but it doesn't 100% nail the tone, but it comes pretty close. They trained it with the entire internet of 2021. I think that might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but at the same time, it clearly knows enough to be able to do a halfway decent job. But it was interesting. If I press M, after using the scanner, it will show me where things are on the map. I see that as spoilers. I prefer hitting M repeatedly because the bong noise. I like the bong noise. It's nice. And plus, who knows what you would find if I were to go there directly? We would miss out on many an adventure. Yeah. Why am I going out this way again? No, I'm just going for a wander. I'm just killing time now while it's making the materials I want in order to research the thing, in order to do the thing. Yeah, I know. There's a multitude of... Oh, you know what you could be doing? Oh, I could be completing phase 2. I can probably switch my upstairs manufacturers to work on something else. Right, well, why don't you come back out here after you've got belt 3s? Yeah... I mean, I'm not going to have the materials to make anything belt 3-ish. Not for a while. But, we asked it to tell us how to do something with a software library. and it confidently invented and documented functionality that didn't exist. Interesting. I don't think there's an AI out there that's going to be able to replicate me. No, I think there is. I think that because I've got my tone of voice is probably quite easy to replicate, or rather, my style of speech is probably quite easy to replicate, particularly all of the umming and erring, right? Because there are clear patterns to it. And when I said there are, see, that's repetition. There are clear patterns to it. That could easily be replicated. And my actual writing style, you know, with words and that, that's probably quite easy to replicate as well, because it is, the way that I write stuff is, it's purposefully left field, but it's clearly influenced, right? There are influences coming from all over the place, but I'm sure they could be analysed, picked up on, and re-engineered, as it were. Because that's all the computer in my head's doing, is just re-engineering everything that it's been programmed with. And, I mean, that's how we all work. So, you know, I reckon with the right level of programming, it could quite easily replicate the uniqueness that is me. But it's interesting to figure out. I mean, the one thing that I would quite like to be able to do with it is say, right, take this and now write more of it. Keep going in the style of me and see how it gets on. Not because I run out of things to say. Rarely do I run out of things to say, but the one thing that I found that all AI writing is extremely useful for is getting rid of the blank canvas. Instead of having that blank page in front of you where you don't know how to start, it then gives you that starting point and you can work from there. I don't think perspective is tougher to fake. It certainly is. What's the plan for today, Jonathan? We're working on, and this is something I was going to talk about, but I'll tell you what's going on first, Jonathan. The plan today is we're going to get Logistics 3 researched, which I'm close to doing, so that I can speed up the belts that I've got going on at the moment, so that I can then research more things faster, so that I can then do things more and faster, so that I can work more towards faster things and then do more things faster. After I've done more things faster, I shall then start researching stuff to do more things and hopefully do those things faster, because that's the game. We are aiming for trains. We will get to trains, and then I shall build some trains, and then I will go, we are done here. Because Satisfactory, and the conversation that we were on was in terms of AI stuff. I was talking about being a YouTuber and talking about how the AI video creators out there are ruining it for everyone. In the same way as search results on Google have become polluted with generic, bland, vanilla AI written stuff, you're starting to get videos that are doing exactly the same thing, and they are hitting search results like the fist of an angry god. You will learn to hear the AI voices. If you're not certain if you're listening to an AI or a real person, listen for when it repeats a word that it said before and whether it uses the exact same inflection. They haven't taught AIs to use different inflections yet. They will. And this is before AIs become thinking for themselves. Once they become thinking for themselves, then AI will become superbly great. While at the same time, it will be interesting to see if they have unique thought. For a little while, I mean, I think Marvel movies are being written by an AI. You can't prove that I'm wrong, but they're all a flip insane. But I think over time, AI will come up with, they'll hit a hot streak of coming up with video and film and music that is incredibly popular, because they will understand how to engineer incredibly popular. But will they have that additional spark that creates something that you've never heard before? And therein lies the challenge. On the subject of which, Satisfactory and the challenge of doing it as a streamed game. You know what's going on at the moment? I'm waiting for stuff to be made, and that's it. And that's all I can talk about. If I was talking about the game, that would be it. The alternative, of course, would be that I'd be, you know, laying a whole bunch of belt down in order to make more of stuff. And you kind of go, that's only interesting to a point, because it's going to be incredibly repetitive. So that's why we've drifted off into having a standalone conversation about unrelated topics. You can't beat, I think, for a streamed game, you can't beat having something with a bunch of characters in it so that you can get annoyed with them. Yeah. Will I have the inspiration to try and load a livestock trailer with strawberries and eggs using a bale fork? Nope. Nope. And this is... it probably won't, because the simple thing to point out there is, but why? But why are you doing that? And this is the reason that I do these things, right? Is I reference Josh at Let's Game It Out quite a lot, because I absolutely love Josh at Let's Game It Out. I think the stuff that he does is magnificent. But what he is aiming to do is break the game, or push the game beyond its limits to where weird, entertaining and amusing things happen. I'm certainly amused, and judging by the speed at which he's picked up multi-millions of viewers, several other people are also equally amused. It's very funny stuff. However, that's not what I do. I never go out seeking to break something. Where I end up going down that path is where, if you've ever seen the movie Tin Cup, right? Kevin Costner and friends. Kevin Costner is a golfer. It is fantastic. It is a great movie. I absolutely love that movie. It's by, what's his name? Did Bull Durham as well, which is another great sports movie. However, the point of it is that Kevin Costner is a legendarily great golfer, but he's barely got a control over himself. He is so impulsive and irrational, and loses his temper and all of this kind of stuff. Not in a Happy Gilmore kind of a way. That's a different kind of thing. But no, his greatness is stripped from him because he doesn't have any self-control. And that's great. But there is a scene at the end of the movie that I absolutely love. I absolutely love the kind of the pivotal... I've got a whole bunch of iron plate here. No, this is your iron plate harvester. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, let's take some. I've got a hard disk in the man waiting to be done. True. Where was it going? Yeah, the scene at the end of the movie, and this is a bit of a spoiler, but the movie's been out ages. You should watch it anyway. Is he's doing really well in the US Open. He's through, and he could win the whole thing. But there's one shot over a water hazard that I don't even like golf. I don't. But it's just a great movie that he's been trying to make on every round so far, and he's always come up short. And his caddy, who's played by Cheech Marin, comes up to him and says, and he's going like, "Lay it up. Don't try and hit it over the top of that." And he goes, "I know I could make this shot." He goes, "Well, stop mucking about and make it then." And he takes 13 shots to get it over the lake and into the hole, because he knows he can do it. And that's how I play, is I will belligerently stick to an idea that is maybe unwise, that you're probably not the right way to do it, but I kind of go, no, this will work. You can totally do it this way, and I'll stick with it, even though there are clearly better ways of doing it, because the joy of it comes not in having succeeded doing the thing, The joy comes from, I did it away. They said you shouldn't be able to do it. I've got my 500 lumps of smart plate in there, you know. Oh, yeah. Let's get it making the next bit. It's a really good movie. Notwithstanding that I kind of spoilerized the ending. Doesn't matter. The road to get there is terrific. Yeah, makes me cry. Makes me cry. That ending sequence makes me cry. It won't make anybody else cry. But it's just a weird thing. The Field of Dreams gets me for the same reason. Everybody gets all misty. Men get all misty about Field of Dreams because it's a lot about dads and sons, right? And therefore it hits people in a certain way. Doesn't hit me. It hits me hard, but not for that reason. I could probably be very, very deeply psychoanalyzed off the back of this. However, no, it gets me right in the feels because from where I'm sitting, it's about someone who believed in what they were doing and proved right. Irrationally following through on something and ending up being right against all evidence that it was going to be to the contrary. Plus, it's, magical baseball field. Man, that's a good movie. That is a great movie. Oh, dear. Me using jump pads makes you giggle. Oh, I want to use lots of them. I want so many more jump pads. I didn't need that many frames, though. No, put some of them back quickly before the game figures out that you've taken quite a lot. There you go. Right. What are you doing? Reinforced plate. Right, okay, so we're out of juice. Okay. Yeah, I'll get to it. It's okay, I've got other things going on. We'll let the belts empty out of it and then we'll move on. Why are we out of juice? Well, you are producing more now. That's a worry. It is a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be fine. Alright, okay, stick those in there. Where are we going? Down. Okay. Down. Yeah. And can launch an AI. Yeah, I can. Yes, I can launch a TGV into space. I don't know how I did that. But even when observed by people who made the game, they go, I don't know how you did that. There's absolutely no reason why that should happen. And I go, happened to me. And it's because I don't drive properly. I drive trains the way that I feel like it. Which again is a little bit belligerent. But no, I just drive them the way I reckon. And the upshot is that sometimes they do slightly weird things. My favourite Costner movie is Waterworld. I like Waterworld. I think Waterworld's great. I lose interest in Waterworld after his boat's destroyed. Because his trimaran is magnificent. Yeah. Are you all burning? Yeah, you're all burning. You know what the problem is then? I reckon we might be out of water. These have all got enough biofuel. Yeah. Well, in which case, it's been down long enough, we should be able to crank it. And if it is just water, we should be good. It's not just water. We're not producing enough power. Huh. Okay. Well, I don't really want any more of these. No, you're going to have to go out and put some more coal plants in. What am I packing? I should have enough to make another one. Okay. How do I fly? I don't really. I find flight sims to be really boring. Personal taste only. Much like I can't stand flying, I find flight sims to be incredibly boring. And also because I don't have the time plus patience to figure out how to do it properly. Learning how to appreciate train sim worlds was a revelation for me. Previously I'd play it and muck about. And that was fine, because I enjoy mucking about, and that's fun. But clear off! Flipping rodents up in my business. Yeah, but it wasn't until I actually started trying to do it properly that I started actually enjoying the experience. Weird though it might sound, because up until that point I was doing what I always do, which is I make my own amusement. As long as I'm amused, I'm having a good time, and I will figure out how to do that for myself. I know how to make it relatively entertaining as a video, which is talk a lot of rubbish, and occasionally do a pithy radio announcement to the passengers. Usually one that is abusive towards the passengers, because we all enjoy that. And that's fine, but that's a different kettle of fish. That's not enjoying it for the sake of enjoying it. And actually the enjoyment from that comes from trying to do it properly. And trying to do a good job as well. Not just do it properly, but do a good job as well. Nothing to stop you larking about along the way. And by properly, I don't mean, you know, gently applying the power, maintaining the comfort of the passenger. Oh, nah, can't be bothered with any of that. But whack some safety systems on. Oh, sorry. Nuts. You know, whack some safety systems on. Try and arrive on time and in the right place and all of that kind of stuff, and it becomes that much more fun. So flight sim is going to be the same kind of deal, right? It's because there's only a certain amount of fun you can have flying your plane upside down and underneath bridges and all of that kind of stuff before you kind of go, yeah, I suppose. But the fun is going to come from trying to do it by the numbers, trying to do it relatively well. Right, this is not going to end well. No, it's not. Because this is going to end with you having to put a whole bunch more stuff in. Yep. Alright, just as long as you know that. Just hold down control, it'll do it for you. Okay. Right, there you go. Give me another one. We'll probably need it. At least this is renewable. It's coal, that's not renewable. It is in this game. Oh yeah, what kind of ecological message are the developers making? Honestly, they're not. No, they really aren't. Oh, coal is the solution to many of your problems. Well, that kind of... I mean, Greta will be on the blower in no time at all. Offering to buy him a pizza or something. I don't know, I don't really follow all of that stuff. Yeah. I clearly follow it enough, though, eh? Right, hook this up to something. Done? Right, you've hooked up to the wrong one. That's alright, I'll fix that. Do that. Hook this one up to the next one. Yeah, gotcha. Right, now you need some pipe. Okay. Logistics. Yeah. Pipeline, please. Thank you. You're missing copper sheets. Oh, easy for you to say. Have I got any power bugs? I have got some power bugs, but I haven't researched them yet, so I don't know how they work. I haven't gone wibble, wibble, wibble. Oh, I wonder what this does. Let's plug it into a factory. Oh, look at that, it's made it all better. No, I haven't got that far. You've got to research them these days. You can't just plug them in. Poof. And things. I do, however, have enough steel on me to slap into the old space shuttle. So let's go do that first. I don't know if it needs power in order to be able to take off. Given it uses rocket thrusters, one would imagine not, but you never know. Oh, there's a nut. Don't want it. Not right now. The economical message of this game is simple: mass production, regardless of what you do to the planet. Yeah, it's a fine game. It's a fine game. I do not. I wouldn't still be playing it if it wasn't at least partially enjoyable, and it is partially enjoyable. Right, ponk it. Get ponked.
Milestone reached.
Whoop, whoop.
Logistics can be improved with a larger storage container and
Off you
enhanced
go.
conveyor belt efficiency.
Yeah. Fat belts. Speaking of which, what do they need? Oh, this is going to make you sad, isn't it? Conveyor belt 3 needs it. All it needs is just a steel plate. Okay. Right, well, let's put it into the... I know, you've got to hover over it and press the button you want. There you go. Okay. So when you get to trains, you're going to start with passenger services. If there were any passengers, yes, I probably would. But alas. Right, we're here for copper tubes, pipes, plates, sheets. I know what I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah. I've got some somewhere. Somewhere they exist. I'm certain of it. I'm almost certain of it. Yeah. I'm very nearly certain of it. What are you doing over here? This is my copper section. There you go. Take some of that. Is that the stuff we want? Yeah. You sure? Yeah. I'm just checking in on the others, see what they're doing. Wire. Yeah. More wire. Ah, you've got a hunch that you're going to need more wire. Actually, I've got a container full of this stuff somewhere. I wonder where I left that. It'll be one of those. Oh, yeah, probably will. Alright, on we go. There's also the reason they don't introduce wind power or solar. Because the reason not to include wind power or solar in this game is it takes a big part of the game away, which is getting the resources to where they're needed. Unless they were to revise the way that power works and make it more complicated, but I don't think it makes it... Adding wind or solar to this wouldn't make it more fun. I get that. That makes total sense to me. So yeah, why they don't put true renewables in, totally logical. Doesn't make the game better. The game being incredibly destructive that is the game. Is that you? I think if they ever decide to do like an end game section, you know, you've reached the end of the road. That will be the message that comes up afterwards. Finally, we conquered the planet, but at what cost? Sad face question mark. That kind of thing, you know? Yeah. Although, these devs being these devs, I doubt they'll do that. I think they'll just have you do a little dance and then a dog will turn up and turn into a giant dog and destroy your factory. I think they might go for a disasters option akin to the original SimCity. Okay, we're pumping water into there, or theoretically we are. There you go, water's coming up. Don't know if it's going to be enough water though. I have got 2 pumps on this pipeline, and I've got pumps along the way. Don't know. Anyway, I've got to bring coal over here. So you're going to want a splitter. Yeah. Where's the in? Red arrow's in. Where's orange? You know what I mean. Okay, right, stick that there. Really? Yeah. That's where you want it. Okay, got 3, because that's where we've got them. You might ask, why are you using expensive splitters as stacking things? And you can, because that way it gets to the right height, and I'm sure that's not right. It's not. It's giving you misleading information. Thanks, you wretch. Right, over here, right on the edge. Okay, come here, splitters. That's where are the orange arrows? They are pointing the other way. Okay, let's get it up. And that. Right, what should we use on here? Do we use 3 or do we use 3? It doesn't need to be fed coal that quickly. Pro tip, yeah, get the other side of it. No. Pro tip is climb something. Alright, have fun. Oh, knickers. Alright, hang on. It's alright, I'll find something I can climb up. Yeah, give me a step ladder. There you go. Right, there you are. You, 3, that, there. There's a player in the way. No, I'm not. Thank you. Alright. You probably want some 6 on that one. Okay. You know what it didn't do? It didn't put the flipping thing in the right way around. Nope, it didn't. Ah, yeah, Joe. Well, yes. Right. There. Yep. Okay, that's also facing wrong. And you can do that in a minute. Do this one first, then you can turn the electricity back on. mayhap I will, but I'm doing it in an order that I feel is appropriate. There you go. Coal is going. Right. Yeah. Alright, good. Patufra has slung a tenner, no, 70 rand in the bucket just because you can. It's excellent reason. Yeah, and Reese has chucked a tenner in the bucket. Thank you, Reese. Do you prefer factory games that use infinite resource deposits or with finite? Good question. I was thinking, I had a thought about this previously because Factorio, as one, has finite resource pools. Tricky. I don't know is the honest answer. Because on the one hand, an infinite resource pool means you've only got to figure it out once, and then you're set. And you got to go, okay, all right, which allows you to focus on doing the new thing. Whereas finite resource pools mean that you have to you'll be going and tearing stuff down and building fresh stuff on a regular basis, which is adding more challenge and keeping the game fresh and not letting you get too relaxed in what you're doing. All right, these aren't burning yet. You've probably got to juice them. You've probably got to power them on. All right, well, let's have a look. Crank it. We're away. Okay. Yeah. Production is just short 600. That seems a bit low. We are producing out of all the new ones. 600 seems a bit low. It's a worry. Yeah, and we're consuming 500 and change. Capacity 700. Oh, it's not actually hitting the bio burners at the moment. Okay, alright, fine. Max consumption is 774 if I were to turn everything on. So I've actually got a little bit of spare capacity going on. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. Is there nuclear power? Yes, there is. And radioactive waste to go along with it, because we all love radioactive waste, don't we, children? Yes, we do. Okay, right. That's all golden. Yeah. What's next in the agenda heap? We need to get more steel plate being made, and then we can start tier 3ing all of our belts. Yeah. You can easily install a mod in Factorio to make resources infinite. Nah, it's not for me. I mostly refuse to use mods unless I've finished the game or I've got a long way through the game and I feel the need to spice them up a little. RimWorld, great example. I've got 300 hours in the game, which is about as much as I ever get in a game that I've played a lot of. And I don't have any mods installed at all. And that game's an absolute mod fest. There are so many mods you can install for it, which add a great deal to it. But I don't feel like I've conquered the original. The exception, I think, are the more fun simulators, right? So Euro Truck and Farming Sim and Car Mechanic Sim. Now they're good simulators, but at the same time they are more fun. There is game to them. The gamified simulators. There we go. Let's call it that. That's a more diplomatic way to describe them. I'll quite happily install mods on those, but all the mods are extra stuff. Right. So instead of having 30 tractors to choose from, you've got 60. That doesn't feel like modding though. That doesn't feel like you're changing the core aspect of the game. The core reason behind the game. The core anything. There's nothing core that is being affected or adjusted. And that's good. I turned that off. Oh well, never mind. I don't know. Lucas has just subscribed. Thank you, Lucas. That's good. I genuinely turned that off. And clearly, the old Streamlabs there doesn't give a monkeys about whether you've turned it off or not. Guy goes, I haven't got. What if that was a Twitch subscription? It might be. When mods are DLC. When mods are DLC, yeah, that's a good way to describe it. When they don't radically change the game. Instead, they just add more of what you already like. Yeah, and in something like Car Mechanic Sim, that's great because it means that you get that many more variations of vehicle to work on, which is great. I mean, Car Mechanic Sim is a game that really shouldn't be popular. It really, really shouldn't. It shouldn't be anywhere like as popular as it actually is, because someone commenting on one of my videos made this point, and they were absolutely bang on the money. It's paint by numbers, because when you play on basic, it tells you where everything needs to go, and all you need to do is do it. And you kind of go, yeah. It's like click these 5 things and you're done. You go, yeah, that's about the size of it. But at the same time, it's peaceful. You need another splitter if you're going to make that work. No. I'm going to do it this way. I'm not sure that'll work. No, it doesn't. You can only do that on the top deck. You need a deck 3. Alright. I don't want to put it in another splitter. Apart from in a big tower. Right. So then you grab 6 and you plonk it into... Oh, it'll fit. I've done this before. I'm sure I've done... No, that's when you've linked 2 together. Oh. Well, I mean, your protestations notwithstanding, there is an easier way to do it. Right, just stick a splitter in front of the hole at the front of each one of these and do it that way. Alright, okay, there you go. Right. There you go. And wait, and wait, and there you go. I'm overlapping, so I don't care. And over here. Yeah, I very much enjoy Car Mechanic Sim. It is a fantastic way to just while away some time making a car look nice. Yeah, turned up, not looking nice. By the time you finish with it, it looks nice. Although I'm having more fun with it these days since I decided to just try and find whatever rotten, broken, busted up parts I can to complete the car and make it drivable. That was more fun because I've made every car under the sun. It looks nice. But I hadn't done that extra level of nonsense. Do you reckon we need steel pipes? At some point, undoubtedly, but right now we don't. So let's just focus on beams. Right, you're going to need... I am going to need, you're not wrong. You're going to need another mergerizer here. Yeah, it's okay. I've got an idea-ish. Green to me, please. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Yeah, and then just run it in. Run it in. You can use 3s for this as well because it's not producing them that quick. Right. Okay, and then run that over there. Right, that's it. Build me a merry collection, please. Good. Right, I've got 70 of this now. I can go and speed something up. And I will. Hold on. You've missed part of the roadshow there, friendo. I have. Ah. Okay, hang on. I reckon this might work. It's a long way to go. Yeah, I know, but it does the job. There you go. Well, that's hideous. Thanks. Right, sticking some of a bit of this. Give those the spare ingots. Crank it out, son. Crank it out. Have you looked at how fast that constructor is producing? Not all that fast. Yeah, it's going okay. It's not quite getting enough ingots through the front door, and that's okay. But it's fine. Yeah, it's good. It's all good. I don't need 4 on there, not until I increase the amount of input it's got coming in. I'll work on that in a bit. But first I want to go and get my steel plates throughput on the top deck I want to get that roll in. How much have I got? Press the right button, you'll find out. 79. Loads. Right. Let's go to it then. I'm going to it. That's the right attitude. Whoop-a. And then up some more. Up some more. Right. When I put this together, I had this notion. In fact, I'll show you. I had this notion because it doesn't work, right? And I couldn't be bothered trying to make it work. I had this notion of run onto this, right, and then you'll hit this on landing. Now you can, using a bit of air steering, make it so you land on the second one. That's totally doable, but it didn't make me happy. It didn't make me feel good about life. You want what? To make one of these, you need one modular frame and 12 steel beams. Are you mad? Crikey, I'm going to be making that for the rest of my natural life. This is not what I'm doing up here anyway. What are you doing up here? I had a reason. Sort that. You're going to speed up your iron plate belts. I am, but that's not it. There was something else I was going to do. I can't remember what it was. Something efficiency. Something like that. Oh, good. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Right. Okay, so we come over here. Right, how far are you from full? Not far off. Good. Once you're full, I'll be happy. Put that nut away. You don't know where it's been. This one. Make this fast. 8. Okay. Go speedy. Now you're cooking. Right. Go. Okay. Why are you gapping? You're gapping because we're nicking some. Ah, right. Okay. Yep. And that bit. And this bit. Yeah. Oh, this is going to revolutionise the entire factory system that we've got going on. And this bit. You've only got 15 left. You're not going to... This only works if I get all the way to the end. And I don't... Oh, I am. Got as far as first splitter, and I've got 3 left. Is that enough to do this one? No. Oh, shame. I know, but it's helped, though, hasn't it? Well, yeah, getting as far as first splitter is a good move. It then slows down dramatically, because as soon as the first one fills up, like this one has... Can't go any further, but look at this. Trucking along. Yeah, I know. It's easy to get carried away and kind of go, oh, my life is so much better now. What are we doing? Go and make the next thing. It's fine. It's all good. And obviously, while you're away at the end of this episode, I'm going to go and make steel production better. I'm not going to do it on camera because I'm going to need to spend some time on it. By which I mean at least the same amount of time as I spent streaming this evening. So, you know, there you go. Right, what do you got? You are copper sheets, right. And you are cables. Yes, okay. I like both those things. But not as part of a balanced breakfast. Yeah. No, I can't remember where I put it. Where did I put it? Well, it's not here, is it? It's over the other side. There isn't enough room over the other side. Well, there's clearly enough room somewhere, because that's where you've put it. Alright, there's no need for that. If there's every need for that, you're being a Charlie. It's not here. No. It's going to be coming in from the direction that it's being manufactured. Don't put it on the second floor. No. You put it somewhere. Where the heck did I put it? Also, I'm doing the same again. I know that I'm doing the same again. Of running in a random direction around the factory, rather than just... If you were to just do a lap, you would stumble across it soon enough. Yeah, I think that's it there. I apologise. I apologise. Right, there you go. There's another 190. Yes. Now we're going places. Yes, we are, aren't we? Okay. So I think the next manoeuvre is going to be to make sure, because this steel production looks very much like, well, because it is exactly back to back, which means that it might be able to put put over more than it is at the moment. And evidently, this is what I'm going to need for the next agenda item on the manufacturing list. I don't know how to make those third bits there. I don't know what that's all about. Where are we going? Upstairs. Right. Oh, we jumped a long way that time. I know, you must be thrilled. Right. Can you find the right place? I think I'm in the right place. No, it's next door. Okay, right, hang on. We'll zip over here. And we'll zip back again and stand on top of this funny lad here. Hoo-yah! Right, so we need the interlinking belts there. Right. I think it's probably overkill by this point, but hey ho. Right. Wait, no, I'm lost. Ah! No, you're on the floor. That doesn't help. No, that's okay. Oh, actually, this might be a better place to do it from. Okay, so it's the lower belt here. We need to make sure that this is 8'd. 8. Right, that one's done. That one's done. Yep, okay. Obviously, doing the belts for the screws is going to make a difference as well, but not yet. The screws are being distributed fine at the moment. Well, whether that remains the case is anybody's guess. Probably not. But hey ho. Right, okay, that should have my my steel plates rocketing through this system. Let us have a look. Get up there. Well, they are moving at a fair clip. They are moving at a fair clip. That's a good thing. Yeah, it is. Because looks like 1 and 2 are now full. This is going to make 3 full any time. So that's going to radically increase the output that I'm getting from those, and that's a jolly good thing. Yeah, we're going fast enough now that my steel plates are actually not getting through the system fast enough. Yeah! That's progress, friends. Yeah, when you made your own system redundant, are you nearly done? You're getting there. Okay, you'll be done soon enough, and then it will get through the system fast enough. How are you three feeding here? What we're looking for is whether there are stops in the feed, and there are at the moment. This one's got gaps in the feed, but these two are both stoppy still, so we can feed more through yet. This is all good. This is all good. This is all good. Yeah. Terrific. Right. Okay. What next? Next, I'm going to put the end bits of whatever it is I'm carrying here, steel plate, steel thingamajigs. I'm going to stick those in my builder so that we start working on the accursedly high cost of these frame bits that I've got to make. Yeah, it's just absurdly high cost. Oh well. Don't you oh well me, pal. There you go, get to work. Right, let's see how that gets on. It'll use up 30 a minute, and it will make at most 10 of these versatile frameworks. I need 500. Power's broken. But why? That means something stopped working. I would say you're probably either not feeding enough coal. I don't think you're feeding enough coal. Yeah, not to feed all 6 of your coal plants. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, in which case, give me a bunch of reinforced plate and we'll take that down. Because I'm not going to take my my half-time drinky break if the factory's not running. That's just a bad thing to do. And very poor entertainment. Unless you spent it bouncing around on top of a space demon. Is that the sort of thing that I'm likely to do? If one were to present themselves, then yeah, possibly. But I don't think that's going to happen. Right, your frames. And You're what I want. Give me this and that and this. How are we doing for regular iron? Plenty. Got plenty of that. Got plenty of this. Plenty of that, and plenty of those. Right, we can solve this. Excuse me. Right, I'm out of here. Okay, get the nuts out. Why? Because I'm jumping off the edge. Alright, there we go. We're away. Okay. Okay, that's it. We're going. It's all good. It's all good. Whoa, what's with this gap in output? That's because your power shut off, and so it is pushing through the backlog of ingots it had stored up in your two machines. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah. Why is there a ruddy great gap? I think this is from when the power went off before. But that can't... No, that doesn't make any sense. Well, I think we found a problem. Is there is an absence of coal. Yeah. But there shouldn't be. No. That's from when the power went off before. See, here's when the power came back on again. Oh dear. Yeah. Oh dear is right. Yeah. Okay. Because you're just creating a problem that's going to manifest again. You need a buffer crate for coal in case this happens again. Fine. Dismantle that, please. Right. And then this lot. Right. 1 times buffer crate coming up. Oh, excitement is occurring. Yeah, let's build a full-on industrial storage crate solution here. You haven't got the parts. Let's create just a regular basic crate. No need to build anything bigger than that. No. You walked that one back nicely. Thanks, bruv. Right, grab that. Come out there. Okay. Right, and then do the same here. Yeah. Up the tempo on the next one. And then we'll up the tempo all the way along presently. Right. There. Right. This. Give it all of that lot. There you are. Keep going. And 6. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then yes. Right. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's fine. It's just it's a fuel throughput issue. Nothing more sinister than that. I've got enough to level 2 all of this belt, which is a good thing. Yeah. You wait for it to go blue, and then you go ping. And then it turns invisible, but you'd still hover in the air as though magic is happening, because it is. Right. Obviously, we're going to have to go back again and turn the power back on. But I'm going to go all the way out to make sure that we have got maximum throughput here. And I'll also do a merger from the dual coal belts that we're running onto this line to make sure that coal is not going to be a problem. Hello, there's an alien. It'll be right. It better be. See you later, bruv. Oh, you swine. Give me my zapper. Put that away. We better go get him. What? No, I don't. Not now. We don't. Now is not the time for nuts. Zap this guy in the bonk. Get. Zap him off his trumpet. There you go. Got him. Leave me alone. Nuts. Alright, there we are. Hello, Paul. Does a coal miner have its own power source? No, it's all powered off the same grid, isn't it? Now, obviously, it could be suggested that that is a single point of failure that is likely to cause problems. I don't think that's the case, other than what we're witnessing now, which is clearly because my power system comes off a single point of failure. And potentially, hang on, there's another one. Where'd you come from? I thought I killed all you people. Evidently, that's not the case. Give me this. He's not interested in it. Oi, pack you in. Where have you come from? You weren't here earlier. Yeah. Right. Now, leave me alone. I'd like a nut, please. A nut. Thank you. Right, there you go. Alright, yeah. Yeah. Nuts. Nuts, 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 nuts. Alright, I'll upgrade. Yep. Okay, is that upgraded as far as it can be? Yes, it is. Okay, keep going. More upgrades. Yes, it is. Super 8. When it says that there's damage being done to fix-it property, it's talking about me. I am fix-it property. Which makes me feel validated as a person. Okay, go. Our corporation cares enough about me to claim it. That's how corporations would like the world to be. And if you've never read Jennifer Government, you should. It's very funny. Yeah. It's very funny. I'm being attacked again. Just keep hustling, son. You'll be fine. Something's making squeebly noises behind me. Don't worry about it. They're more afraid of you than you are of them. Right, okay. We've now reached the point of the current power crisis. I didn't realise how far I had to go on this mission. Well, you do now. Yeah. There's more aliens just there. Maybe they won't spot me. I think they spotted you. Yeah, but I think they're stupid enough that they just ran into the side of the conveyor belt. And also, when we're going back the other way, we'll be travelling with the flow of the belt, and therefore we'll be moving at tippity-top speeds. Someone else has made a noise. Don't fret. Oh! It might be riding on the belt behind you. I can't look at that now. I'm busy. There's someone else behind you. Yeah. Ow. Right, put that away and stab him. No, just leg it. Nuts, please. There you go. Catch up with this, you clown. Let's see if he's still interested. Oi, Joker, come on. I did this to you last time and it was funny. Come on, big boy. What you got? Oops. Alright, there we go. Still funny this time. Right. Okay, but now we're hustling, you see. Now proper hustling. How are you going to turn the power back on? Because there was coal on the belt, and all of that coal will have helped to. It would have pooled. Will it? Yeah, it would have pooled in with the different thingamajigs effort. Yes. That's why you got stung by bees. That's right. I'm outrunning the bees. Yeah, they can't climb belts like I do. No, because they fly. What? Yeah, no. We will have put some coal in each of the coal plants, and therefore we can just fire them up, and it will all be good. There's some more bees over there. I saw them. Don't worry about it. All is well. Anyway, we are going to jump off here. Okay. Is this speedy belt here? Should be. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. That's something. Yeah, it is. Okay. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. Right, you are a mergy belt thing. Yes, your point being, we now need to not merge it. Wait, that's not why we're here. Oh, no, it's not, is it? No, we're here to hijack some coal. Right on. Yes, right indeed on. Okay, yeah. Where's the best place to do that? About here. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then maybe put it straight back in again. Yeah, you haven't thought this through, have you? I have thought it through. Don't be dismissive of my skills. One time splitter, please, Bob, and slap that in about there. In fact, slap a double stack of those. There you go. Yeah. Right. The double stacks sadly don't do anything, but it doesn't really matter. No. It's genuinely okay. It would be nice if it did, if you could get splitters that are multi-deck in nature, like in Dyson Sphere Program. Dyson Sphere Program does that. That's a splitter, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, let's take the other one. Okay, we's a rolling. Yes, we are. Yep. And over here a bit. Yeah. You're going to run out of belt. It's possible. It's possible. Take this over wherever. Just going to run it sort of parallel. Sort of. Yeah. And then I'll run it. Well, I don't know where I'll run it. I don't know. I'll merge it in with something useful. Well, look, there's the other belt highway. What would be nice is if you were to double stack them. I don't think I can be bothered. Okay, it'll look neater. That's hardly the point. It is. It's entirely the point. I've got 144 of these left. Yeah, it'll be right. I'm pretty sure I've solved the power problems now. And also, it's going to look great having a triple row of these. We'll place it then. Triple row of these here is going to look ace. I suppose. Yeah, look at it. Oh, it looks ace. Looks like you mean business. Oh, I think it's very obvious that I mean business. Yep. Was coal coming out of the coal miner? No, because the coal miner's not powered on at the moment. But that's okay. I've built up enough of a backlog. It's going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. Have some faith. I know what's occurring. And I know why it's occurring, which is even more surprising. Stick that up there. Right. Then come back. Ground number 6. No. You right idea, but you're doing it wrong. There you go. It's because you insist on riding the flipping belt the entire time. If you were to just do that, you'd be fine. Right, on one of these is steel. On the other one, this one is coal. Now, I don't think I'm going to need to merge the two coal belts. I don't think that's going to be necessary until I tier 3 these conveyors, which is going to be a while. Especially given that I'm not making anything of anything at the moment. You're out of juice. Alright, switch to 3s. Oh, the slow stuff. Yeah, but it counts towards the same. It counts towards the same objective. Yeah, and then merge it in just before the container to make sure the container stays topped up. That could work. No, not could. Will. Yeah. See, look. Here you go. Here's my queue of coal, because it means that will mean that the power plants are all topped up already, and therefore all it's waiting for me to do is just turn them back on. Right, a murderer, yeah? A murderer? Yeah, sure. Alright, give that one some 6, because that's how fast it's moving. And do the same on this. Well, you shouldn't have put it there. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't have put it there. Okay. Put that one on some 3. There you are. And put some 6 on here. Yeah. Alright, good. Okay, that's all ready to rock and roll. Just go and push the button, and we'll be away. It'll work. It'll totally work. I know it will totally work because it's going to work. You can use any power to turn on any power pole to turn on power. Oh, that's true. That is true. Yeah, but I'm not going to. I'll turn it on the power plant. I feel happier about doing it that way. No, don't get me wrong, I had forgotten that you can turn it on at any power pole, but since I'm already most of the way back, might as well go twonk. Look at it go. It is getting through coal quickly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we didn't exceed didn't exceed production. What we did do was ran out. And actually, the speed of these belts is such that I think we're going to run out again. So next job, I'm going to go for a break and then we'll come back, and the next job is going to be speed up this belt to make sure we don't run out of coal. I probably ought to. I probably ought to fix that entire coal production dealio, but you know, who has the time? Well, you do. You've got an audience who are quite happily watching you just bimble around doing any old line of business. Oh no, they're a strange bunch, aren't they? Yeah, I know. I quite like them. Do you like them because they aren't that discerning? Oh well, yeah. Okay then. That's at least you're honest. Right. Okay. There you go. Got steel ingots coming in. Right. Am I packing any? I might well be packing some. I bet I'm packing some old rubbish. Yeah, coal. Oh, that's no use to me here. No, you should have shoved it into something. I'll go stick it in the ticket machine. Yeah, okay. Right, and then I'll take a few more lumps of steel up to the top deck, and then you can tell everyone to go and get a drink top up. Okay, right. Please hold. Not long, not long. 5 minutes tops. Burn this coal. Why, thank you, sir. That's not your voice. Stick these alien bits in with the rest of the alien giblets that we've got in there. And then go, and before you go too far, look for the correct machine. Go slow, find the machine, and run towards it. I think it's this one. It is this one. Well done. Okay. How many have you got? 207. Oh, nice. Okay. All right. Super, 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 super. All right. Oh, Night and Laudrian. We'll see you later. And poink. Yeah, see, wrong angle of attack. That's why we didn't get it up there. What do we use the alien bits for? A stew. We're going to turn them into goulash. Goulash is not a stew. No, it isn't. Right, you have that lot. Start kicking out these flipping pillars, would you? Because I want to unlock the next thing. You've got 14. Gee whiz. That's going to get us there super quick. Alright, let's go and find something exciting to look at. I'm going to leave you with some mesmerising screws. Okay? Yeah, I'll find the most mesmerising bit for you to look at, so you can be mesmericked. And therefore it will make my moments of absence feel all the less. I won't stand on the bit that is clipping through. We will stand about here. Let's go P for photo mode. Yeah. And then toggle the UI off. That's how you do your thumbnails, you see. There you go. Have some mesmeric screws, people. I'll be back in a minute. Go get yourself a fresh beverage and relieve yourselves if you feel the need. Thank you, Tim. Tim, if I could come up with a pre-record that would trigger upon your donation, I would. But I have to do it personally. Yeah, I'm just reorganising myself. It's roasting in here. Absolutely roasting. The weather report coming from the bunker is it's a very pleasant 26 degrees, which is nice if you're sat outside in the sunshine, but rubbish if you're talking a lot of rubbish into a microphone. Let's re-engage. What's the button you want? You want that one? Yeah, I did want that one. Yeah, I'm all t-shirt and that now. And the door's open and everything. I mean, I've opened the window. It's all flipping. Right, come on, people. Weather time. What's the matter with you? You usually jump the gun on this. I'm on standby. I'm waiting for you. The weather in Zoetermeer in the Netherlands is it's 8 centigrade and it's cloudy at the same time. It's unseasonably warm, unseasonably mild for this time of year in Norfolk. The grass has had its first cut now. I was out with my leaf blower this afternoon, I can relate. 7 degrees and feeling warm. Hold on, I'll look up what the actual temperature here is. Let's have a look. The BBC's better when you sign in. Yeah, I won't do it until you make me. It's currently 7 degrees. 7 degrees here. It's going to be 10 degrees out tomorrow. Nice. But at least it drops to -1 overnight, which is going to be good. In Bridgend in South Wales, it's around 6 centigrade, but it feels colder with the wind chill. We're lost. I'm lost. Hold on. Ramsgate, it's 506 degrees. Rankin, which is about 8 of the centigrades. Southeast London is vaguely cold and dry today. Quite a nice day in Newport and Cardiff. And you've had the window open in the car, much to your mum's mild annoyance, because she's permanently cold. There's a reason for that. It's a physiological thing. There's a difference in the way that men and women process heat. It's a thing. I've read articles. You can look it up. If you're lucky, you'll find something written by an AI. And 9 degrees centigrade, cloudy and a bit breezy on the Yorkshire coast. 48 Fahrenheit in Omaha, sometime 8 years ago, just like today. Train fever. No, I'm totally sure. Train fever. Thank you, Norsican. Yeah, very good. Inserting the bit of the conversation we had earlier on. 24 degrees and dark and calm in Tapan Hin in Thailand. Thank you, Coda B. -31 centigrade with a wind chill today, rocketing up to +8 and rain tomorrow. It's the start of pothole season in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Oh, I know, plot holes as well. 28 Fahrenheit, clear and cold in Bumpus, Virginia. 7 degrees tonight in Bristol, in Hewitt, South Africa, South Australia. It's a sunny 16 centigrade. Yeah, no, they wouldn't put a dot in between. SA is always SA. What? It's 16 centigrade and sunny with an expected high of 27. Nice weather to go visit the local food truck festival. Oh, hell yes. 41 Fahrenheit, which is 5 centigrade and sunny in Charlotte, North Carolina. Skipton, it's 4 centigrade. Feels like 1 with clear skies. I don't think you can differentiate, I'll be honest. 69 Dungarees, Frankenstein in Los Angeles. 43 Fahrenheit and 100% chance of balloon debris in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Very good, very good. Current affairs, people, current affairs. A spy balloon. That's bold, isn't it? I mean, unless you've got it up into the jet stream, in which case it would be shifting. But even so, spy balloon. Those plucky Chinese. 58, which is 14 centigrade, with and windy, with expected rain in Manteca in California. Ooh, I don't know. Manteca, maybe. Karlsruhe in southwest Germany, it's 3 degrees centigrade. Lost everything. Oh, wait, come back here. I don't know why it goes berserk when I scroll, but hey-ho. It's 8, which is balmy weather. In Nottingham, a hot beverage of choice has been acquired, and I've relocated from the living room to the bedroom with said beverage and some bickies for dunking. Bickies in bed? Flipping, picking crumbs out of yourself all night. I mean, maybe that doesn't bother you, but get up my flipping schnoz, that would. In De Vach in Holland, it's cold and boring. In Copenhagen in Denmark, love Copenhagen. Right now, it's -2 Celsius, which is 28 Fahrenheit. I might go and visit Copenhagen again soon. I love the dockside. Love the dockside in Copenhagen. It's really nice in the summer. 17 with a top of 36 Fahrenheit in the Blue Mountains in New South Wales. So that's centigrades, not Fahrenheit. It's going to be nice and warm in the Blue Mountains. 1.8 degrees centigrade in Klosterneuburg in Austria. The Arctic Circle, hello Borg, it's -20 centigrade, windy with the auroras on the go, and send a PM on Discord if I want a tour. I might, but not for a while. Just not yet. Oxford is 7.6 degrees centigrade and dry. I think it's about 8 centigrade in Camden, though who knows with these meds. Nice work, Arjun. Are you seeing colours? 8 degrees in Manchester. I assume that's Manchester, but you tried typing it using your forehead. -6 centigrade with a few clouds, and a balmy -13 centigrade in Toronto in Canada. You Canadians, honestly. You wear it like a badge of honour, but you feel cold just like the rest of us. 6 centigrade, mostly cloudy in Warrington. In Kildare, it feels like 0 and clear. Brr. Got 4 storm warnings on the shipping if anyone's interested, says Wayne. Let's not get carried away, Wayne. Let's not get carried away. Here in the Bay Area, it's 59 Fahrenheit, and the rain has begun once again. Don't knock the rain, Californians. You waste so much of it making all those flipping almonds. Cincinnati, it's 42 Fahrenheit and overcast. Predicted to be similarly cool and dry throughout the weekend. 7 degrees, partially cloudy in Erewash. That's what it should be called. It's in Derbyshire as well. So I better pronounce it wrong. No, I pronounce it right. How everybody else pronounces it is wrong. Erewash. Some people use a cotton bud, which you shouldn't. Other people, they just get the hose and slam it in there, gurgle it around. In Mosgiel, New Zealand, it's 24 degrees centigrade. Ottawa, it's -19 centigrade, cloudy, getting a bit dark, getting a bit warmer overnight. Can't get much colder without it being very cold, very cold. -19 is already pretty cold. 48 Fahrenheit, cloudy in Ardmore, which is probably pronounced differently in Alabama. 3 centigrade, light snow in northwest Canada. In Queensland, Australia, it's 27 centigrade, partly cloudy with a high of 30 centigrade and a low of 23, for it is summertime in Australia. And very soon, the entire country is likely to be ablaze, because that's what they do these days. 7.22 centigrade, which is 45 Fahrenheit, in the tropical paradise of Nebraska. It's 28 degrees in Napier, New Zealand. Plague Dr. Johnson. I think this might be your first contribution to the weather report. Thank you very much. 45 Fahrenheit at the FedEx Super Hub, FedEx Express Super Hub in Memphis, Tennessee. Captain Phantom, I think that might be your first contribution as well. And if you are currently at the FedEx Express Super Hub in Memphis, Tennessee, one can only assume it's a quiet afternoon. Stockport is a cosy 7 Celsius with cloud. Any rain. Feels like a question mark's missing there. It's dark and warm in March. P. Could mean anything. Brisbane in Australia, it's 27.6, but it feels like 30.4. See, we're going ultra precise now. You don't need the decimal points, people. At 8:30 with 70% humidity and growing, it's going to be a cooker today in Brizzy. It's cloudy in mid-Cornwall. Or is it Brizzo? Probably Brizzo. Or Brizzy. I mean, they all go the same way. It's -22 centigrade in Laval, Quebec, in Canada. Narch, says PJS. That hasn't helped me. It hasn't helped me, PJS. Narch, as in Norwich. Thank you. Right. Yeah. Good. Yeah. No, because you simplified it to one syllable, which you can get away with. It's -5 centigrade. Snow's falling in eastern Czechia. Thank you, Joseph. Or Joseph. Might be. Don't know. What's the rules on Eastern European J's? Are they hard or a soft J? I don't know for certain. Fill me in, please. Boo Juice, 7 and Outcast in Wigan. Well, you would have to be an outcast to be in Wigan. Wouldn't have anything else in the northwest, apart from rain, torrential rain, and the occasional very blustery. I would say is what you're doing in the northwest. 8 centigrade, cloudy in Lincolnshire. Greasy screen has ruined that. Never mind. It's okay. It's okay. It's all good. I've got lots going on here. I need to up the tempo. Right. 28 Fahrenheit, Bull Run, Virginia. It's 3 centigrade in Vorarlberg in Austria. 6 degrees and cloudy in Chester. Clear and 63 Fahrenheit, which is 17 degrees centigrade in Alpine, Texas. Alpine. 6 degrees Celsius in Stourport on the 7 in Worcestershire. Unseasonably warm, 8 centigrade in central Iowa today. -6 centigrade on the west coast of Finland. If you say bickies, you set off the neighbour's dog. Okay. Alright, duly noted. It's not a word that I use very often. Arjun's saying the northern lights are showing out in your front room right now. Top work, Arjun. Make sure there are soft furnishings around you in case the colours overcome you. 6 degrees and grey in Victoria, British Columbia. 7 degrees in Balsicas in Spain. The sad Kings are expected on Monday. That's a lie, Bill, and you know it. I have beaten many teams who anticipated that they were going to beat the Kings, and they're not going to. That is, of course, the Hong Kong Kings, which is my Fail Brigade American football team, and I'm taking on Chill Bill's Balsicas Zombies in the championship final on Monday. And I'm beating all manner of teams who had expected me to lose this season, and I'd expected to lose as well. There you go. 1 degree centigrade in Windsor, Ontario in Canada. Do you Ontario or do you Ontario? I've heard it pronounced both ways, so I'm not sure. -1 centigrade in Stockholm in Sweden with more snow inbound. 15 and a chance of Chinese balloons in the US. Good, good. 10 in Malaga in Spain, and it was better during the day. Such is life. -1 centigrade, clear but very windy in Budapest in Hungary. I said it right, Ardmore. Good, 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 good. -4 centigrade in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Lancaster. Nah, it's Lancaster. Oh, I think we'll find it. If you've nicked our words, they're pronounced our way. Just saying. And Lancaster is from Lancashire. Just putting that out there. We had it first. You can suck it up. It's Erewash. No, Earwash. Temperature is at boiling point in my kettle. Going for a coffee, says Wayne. -29 north of Montreal. 8 degrees and cloudy in Watford, which is very pleasant for a dog walk. It's very nice for a dog walk. 6 degrees, light westerly winds in Oxfordshire. Australia won't be completely on fire because half of it is flooded. Yes, okay, yes, I'll give you that. I mean, if only you could merge the two somehow, there might be a beautiful synergy that could happen there. It's a balmy -1 and sunny in Fargo, North Dakota. Much warmer than it has been for the last couple of days. It's 8 centigrade. In the Britain Ferry. In Britain Ferry. Not the Britain Ferry. No, that's going to be a boat. But anyway, Britain Ferry in South Wales. But it feels about 3 centigrade. I couldn't tell you the difference between 1 and 3. Numerically, obviously I could, but to feel it on my fleshy self, no, probably not. 6 centigrade, cloudy in South Wigan. -11, completely still, clear skies. Clouds building in northern Småland, in southish Sweden. Thank you, Dr. Pluring. Ontario. Okay, thank you. Right, duly noted. Possession is 9/10 of the law. It's over here, so we'll pronounce it how we like. Thank you. Well, I don't have a comeback for that one. perfectly valid. I'll allow it. Right, turn photo mode back off again. Let's get back to work. Right. Now, I should have a moderate to good amount of steel built up right now. I imagine this has finished off all of its supplies. Where are we up to? Beep has chucked $250 in the bucket. Beep, you amazing individual, full of vigour and sturdiness. Thank you very, very much. That's very nice of you. In the chat, it's raining money. Woohoo! Beep making it rain. There you go. So I see what you did there. Very good. Oh no, Beep does that. Beep is independently financed. Either that, or he goes and nicks credit cards off the internet in his spare time. So Beep is very much appreciated nonetheless. Will has chucked a $5 in the bucket. Thanks for being you and for the content. Will, I assume you are just pushing my button there. You know it's a button, and if you don't, it might unleash the button. It might. It might act as though the button has been depressed. And not in a sadness kind of a way, just in a, uh-oh, it's the vexation of it being called content. I will allow you to... Thank you for the donation, Will. But I will allow you, before I go off, I will allow you to say whether you were just pushing the button or whether you are genuinely an innocent. You can decide for yourself which is going to end up worse. Uh-oh. Yeah, you see, those who definitely know. Yeah. Breathe in, breathe out. It's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. I pushed an uncapped subathon from 10 hours to 400 hours earlier today. Oh, that's vicious. Oh, dear. Oh, Will doesn't know the button. All right, Will, in that case, I shall explain it charitably rather than uncharitably, which is what you would have if that was a deliberate button press. But since it is not, then I will treat you with the dignity you deserve. Okay, content. Now, for those of you who are not new to this conversation topic, just enjoy it. I try and remix it every time, but here we go. I don't make content, right? I don't. That's not what it is. Because to call it content, and this isn't me being highfalutin about what I make, but content is the most bland, insipid, inoffensive, vanilla, plain, dull, designed by committee, oh, let's hope it doesn't upset anyone, descriptor for what is a delight of entertainment. And I'm not referring to myself in being a delight of entertainment, although some occasionally are delighted. No, far from it. Rather, it is that to call it content is to strip all emotion out of what is fundamentally I see it as a joyous endeavour, right? I wouldn't even necessarily use the word creative particularly, although obviously it is. But no, it's a joyous endeavour. It's filled with happiness. What I'm aiming for is to deliver a bit of fun, you know, and therefore to call it content just takes all of that out of it and just kind of goes, yeah, it's filler. You know, that filler that you put in your wall, that's content. It's just so bland. And the problem with language like that is that it starts out well-intentioned, right? We don't want to upset anyone. We need a catch-all term for this. Okay, and then a bunch of people get together and eventually it emerges as content creator is what they end up calling people. And you kind of go, holy cow, that is an absolutely awful description. Just a wretched description. If I'm just going for a functional description of what I make, it's video rubbish. It's a load of old nonsense on video. I would use, if I'm using a does what it says on the tin description for what I make, is videos. I make videos. Because then at least that says something about it, right? It describes the format. Content can be flipping anything. Cat litter is content. And that's not what I make. Much as though Jeff may disagree with me. And so it only annoys me particularly because I teach this when I'm training community managers. And I've trained a lot of games industry people on this. Rule 2, right, is speak their language. By which I mean the people who are into whatever it is that you're making. Speak their language, because there's a problem inside gaming that has always persisted. It's always persisted inside gaming, where people have a fixation with trying to sound clever, with trying to sound like they are smarter or better or more educated than they actually are. And this doesn't originate from the people who make the games. It tends to originate from publishing teams, from marketing. Now, I've got all the time in the world for marketing people, plenty of time for them, because I've worked in marketing departments, so I know what it's like. But because what they're doing is actually, it's not flipping rocket science, lads. They come up with words so that when they're sat in a room with the heads of the company, they sound more flash. They sound like there's more to it than is going on. So you use a bunch of business lingo to do that, to convince people that, oh, no, I'm very important. And when you get developers sitting in a room, sorry, itchy eye, when you get developers sitting in the room at the same time, they will hear you using all of this language, and they start using it as well. And it is inhuman corporate nonsense, right? It's the language of business, and the language of business has no place being put in front of game players, or gamers, as we like to call them. Here is an example. Inside the building, gamers will often be referred to as consumers. How does that make you feel? Doesn't that make you feel like your hobby, the thing that you love doing, is actually just a financial means to an end? And you have to have people in your company whose job it is to think in financial terms. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're talking to the players, to describe it in such terms is to basically say, yeah, all you are is you're a money unit to us and nothing else. And that's not true. The developers never think that. Even the company doesn't even think it. But you've got people who are determined to prove how intellectually valid they are, so they end up wheeling out flash language in order to do so. And in so doing, they strip out all humanity from what they're saying. The greatest failing in the games industry of all time. You ready? You may have heard this from me before. But the greatest failing in the games industry of all time is DLC. Downloadable content. How's that going to make you feel? Before DLC, we had expansion packs. Now, expansion packs aren't particularly sexy, but what it says is, I'm making something bigger. Downloadable content tells you how you get it, and that's all it does. It strips out anything you could get excited about, and it came about by accident. There was not a committee of the finest minds going, what should we call this new digital stuff that allows us to endlessly upgrade games and make them greater than they ever were in the past? Not to mention all the stuff that can be fixed and things like that. We need a term for it, so that when we're talking about it publicly, we can get people excited about it. No. It will have been some bloody suit at some point said, Ah, well, this new brand of DLC. See how clever I am? I'm using a 3-letter acronym already. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. To sound clever, right? And that percolated outside the building, which it should never do. And, when I work with developers particularly who have a public facing part of their role, you know, they might stream, they might do interviews, anything along those lines. The first thing I have to do is deprogram them, because when you hear people who sound smart and they've got whizzy presentations and they've got the ear of the head of the company and all of this kind of behaviour, when you hear them using this language, you are encouraged to use the same language as well. And I don't know many game developers. In fact, I couldn't say that I knew any game developer who wasn't a gamer themselves. Maybe not the same game as the one they work on. That's not uncommon. Is quite often they'll play other stuff to the thing they work on. But anybody who decides to make a career out of making video games, if you're a programmer or something like that, there are way easier ways of making money. You get into the games industry because you love it, or rather, you persist in the games industry because you love it. You could make so much more money doing the same thing somewhere else, but you'd be working on a banking app or a gambling system or... Psh. Yeah. I thought the whole DLC theme was free content to improve your game, not payable content. They should be in expansion packs. No. You had patches. Patches managed to persist. So you had patches that made the cut. They didn't get assimilated by DLC. No. And patching is, again, it's a technical term, right? So there is a greater level of legitimacy to it, in the sense that it's fixing something, and that's fine. It's a descriptor for fixing something. You could bracket it under DLC, but the new endless ability to expand your game, that was the catch-all that was come up with for the name of it, and it wasn't come up with. It just flipping happened. And it's a prime example of language that should have been used internal only, bled external. Because the other thing that I routinely tell people is, your people who play your game, they describe themselves as customers when they are angry with you. Right? If they feel for whatever reason that you are failing to live up to expectation, to what they deserve, to what they demand, they will describe, we are your customers, you should be looking after ourselves better. They dangle the money aspect at you as this is why you should be doing better. And there's no criticism going on there, it's just a thing that happens. They don't describe themselves as customers if they're having a lovely time. They'll describe themselves as players. If they describe themselves at all, which is not necessarily something that they will do. It's nonsense language. Elon Musk's rule, if you're in a meeting and it doesn't involve you, you can leave. That's just so Elon can leave meetings he doesn't fully understand. You know, like when something's actually being designed. Because Elon's whole methodology is relatively straightforward. Find something clever that someone else is doing, throw daddy's money at it. and then claim it. And go, yeah, that was all me. You're welcome. Not a fan. Just a he's a sociopath, Elon. He's investing in the right stuff. Good for him. But then he's got infinite money that he inherited, and then back one good horse, and it's made him money. It's the way to make money. The way to make money is have a load to start with. Makes quite a significant difference to things. When inevitably I start my own mega corporation, I'm going to do. Here are three things. Three things that. Once you pass the age of about 35, if you've been established in an industry for some time, you don't need to be told to get up and leave meetings that aren't involved, that don't involve you. You just do it. You kind of go, nah, it's not for me. So you leave. Anyway, three things. When I eventually start my own mega corporation. Number one, everybody gets the same salary. I'm not even joking. Everyone's on the same salary. Because your salary is one of the greatest means of control the company have over you. And the fact that it has been set up as a faux pas to talk about your salary in front of other people. You know why that is? That's so that the people who are being underpaid don't realise they're being underpaid. True facts. Yeah, so that's fact number one. So firstly, everyone's on the same salary. Now you need to dangle the ability for people to go like, well, I'm considering, the receptionist is making the same money as me. And the receptionist does a good job. And they kind of go, yeah, but I've got 30 years of seniority and I should be making, big bucks. And kind of go, so you do that off bonuses. And the way I would do bonuses is I would pay bonuses monthly. And the monthly bonuses will be based off a financial calculation of some description, which is we keep money for a rainy day, and at the same time we spend the rest of that portion on paying bonuses to everyone every month. Whatever tier you're on dictates what percentage bonus there is. Moreover, you could then put it on a ticker on the wall to say this month your bonus payout is going to be X, based on what tier you're on. And you offer total transparency over that, so that you kind of go like, well, what's the boss making? There it is, written on the wall, because he's the boss. If you don't like it, you can leave, right? But there is nothing but it's done in a fair way. You then have to have, a certain amount of setup for, okay, how do I get to the next tier of bonus then? Kind of go, okay, well, it's time and expertise and training and so on. I would also institute a policy whereby staff would be would not necessarily balloted, but their opinion would be asked on, okay, we're all busy, we're making good money, do you want to have a slightly smaller bonus but we bring in a new staff member, or keep the pay up high? Sounds like communism. That's because it is like communism. The idea that communism is not, in theory, a bad idea. The problem with it is people. And the problem is that my slice is slightly more even than yours. That's the problem with it. It's the implementation. But my intent would be to try and keep things as transparent as possible, because you don't want money getting in the way of people being able to do their best work. And ideally, you have them employed doing something that they feel is fulfilling in some fashion or another. I'd give the business model 6 months tops. Maybe, but wouldn't know unless you tried it. Wouldn't know unless it was tried. And of course, you couldn't pass that on to someone else. You couldn't say, we run the business like this. They kind of go, well, what they taught me at business school was not to do that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You make sure everybody's paid right. You make sure you cover all your costs. All of that kind of stuff. Yeah. It came from diamonds. Emeralds, Elon. Emerald mine. Yeah. Okay, so that's policy number one, is the way that pay is done. I'd also work on a 4-day week as much as possible, because I want you want to keep your team working as efficiently as possible. The other thing that I would do, right, this is number two. Number two is in every meeting room, if you have a meeting of any kind at all, you have to you swipe your ID tag on the way in, and then the clock on the wall starts ticking, and it ticks up with how much this meeting is costing the company. Because that's a big deal. How much is this meeting costing the company? Because if the staff are interested in the company's financial performance, they are not going to waste their time in meetings. I'd probably also go for some name and shame action when it comes to who ran the most expensive meeting this month. The other thing I'd do as far as meetings were concerned is I'd take the chairs away. The only people who would get chairs in meetings are those who have a physical need for a chair. Everyone else has to stand up. You'd be amazed how quickly you get through meetings when you can't sit down. That's the thing. Also, in meeting rooms particularly, everyone in that meeting room is breathing out carbon dioxide all the time. As you ingest a higher percentage of carbon dioxide, you become more dopey and eventually pass out. In other words, the longer a meeting goes on, the more stupid everybody in the room becomes. I hate meetings. Hate them. Cannot stand them. Absolutely can't stand them. Instead, I tend to book people for 15 minutes, and I say it'll probably only use 6 or 7 at most. Yeah, there you go. The career's only given it 3 months now. Whew. You obviously do your sums. You do your sums, and it works. The only thing that might prove to be a challenge is recruiting. Recruiting might prove to be challenging for anybody who is on a good salary already, because they'll go, well, the salary you're offering is a third of what I'm on now. And kind of go, here's the bonus performance over the last 6 months. And they go, oh, what? How does that work? So there you go. I don't know. Maybe there's something in it, maybe there isn't. But that's how I would do it. Yeah. Yeah, because none of us is as dumb as all of us. That's a demotivators poster, I believe. Yeah. There you go. But the good news, you see, the good news is that you're allowed to be speculative in all these things while it's not a reality. When it's a reality, I might end up running a traditional pyramid-style company where everybody hides their salary from each other, and where you do what all tech startups do, which is hire 20-year-olds, pay them 20k a year, and work them 20 hours a day. I left Twitter not when Elon's email about everybody's going to have to work super hard to make this company work, because he wasn't motivated by anything other than his own wallet. So that's the point at which I quit Twitter, because he's exploiting people that work for him. And I know enough people who work in tech, particularly in California, that I kind of go, yeah, I'm not going to do anything that could actually be conceivably helping you in any way at all. So I bugged out. Because if you've got some principles, then use them. If you haven't got principles, you don't have to use them. But you can't say you have principles and then not follow through. Even if that following through is leaving a largely silly tech platform. That counts. I'm as big a hypocrite as anybody. But, you know, sometimes you go, nah, mate, I'm not into it. I am not feeling it. I think you are not good for the planet. I remember back in the 70s, Tomorrow's World saying we would all be working 3 or 4 days a week. I still think it will happen. I think now is the time that we'll start to see the 4-day week come about, and it's going to need to come about soonish, because, and this ties us back into our conversation about AI. AI are going to start doing a lot of jobs. In one fashion or another, AI are going to start doing a lot of jobs, and there is going to be a very high level of unemployment fast, unless something is done to ensure that meat sacks have something to do, and therefore lowered levels of productivity because AI are picking up the slack. You've got to do something about it. Yeah. Biggest problem with corporations these days is how beholden they are to investors and stockholders. Yeah, of course it is. Because it's no longer good enough to just make a profit. Now you have to make more profit than you did last year. Now you have to predict how much profit you're going to make at the start of the year and then hit it 100%. Because if you don't hit it, if you are radically over the amount of profit that you forecast you'd make, then that is almost as bad as if you are under the amount of profit you said you would make. Because all it says to investors is these guys don't know whether they're going to make a profit or not. They can't forecast worth a damn. And that's a worrying sign. And it's ridiculous, but at the same time, you can kind of see the logic in it, because as an investor, you kind of want to know, you know, you're going to go up or down. They kind of go, you tell me. More profit than last quarter. Yeah, but that's broken down on an annual basis. No, you don't tend to do profit forecasts on a monthly basis. You will tailor your monthlies as a result of your annuals. At least in my experience. That's how I've always seen it done. So you'll have your annual number, and then you tweak your quarterlies to try and tick that box. This is why, incidentally, if a game you're waiting for tends to slip out, you know, if it's delayed for any reason, it's just given a bit more time, you won't see it being released in March. That's really, really, really unlikely. It's very unlikely that a game that is delayed will release in March. I mean, spectacularly unlikely. Why? Because March is the end of the financial year. And therefore, it is too late for that new game to make to make a meaningful impact on your annual earnings. Now, there will be often two reasons why this will occur. You'll push it back because you kind of go, we've got this year locked, let's push it back and start next year at a sprint. Or it's not going to hit and the quality level is going to be too low, so let's give it the extra time, we'll take the hit this year and then start the following year strong. Just stay private and never go public. The problem with just stay private and never go public is the people who found the company, the people who create the company, particularly if they've had investors of any kind. Now you might go, don't use investors. What if your product needs a factory? You know, if you need more startup capital than you can lay your hands on, right? Then banks will lend you. Right? Where's the power out? Could have run out of biofuel. Okay, let's go check. Not all companies start their fiscal year in April. Yes, that's true. But an awful lot in the games industry do. An awful lot in the games industry do start in April. Because I can only talk from my own experience. Which is why I say, you know, if a game is delayed, then where are you going? I'm looking for my power generators. Look harder and you'll find them. I think they're over there. Yeah. No, I just heard some news about Dragon Age 4. Sounds like it's been worked on from 2015 and not likely to come out this year. Yeah, but you see, there's worked on and then there's worked on. And the other thing not to get obsessed about in terms of games is XYZ publisher has just announced that 6 games have been cancelled. It's meaningless. Utterly, utterly meaningless. Hundreds, if not thousands of games get cancelled all the time. All the time. They get cancelled all the time. It's not news. It really isn't. But your old games press out there, they know for a fact that it's a nice trigger button because it allows people to talk about, can you imagine how good that would have been? Yeah, you can imagine whatever you like. It's not happening. Go for your life. Have fun. I reckon we must have hit a coal shortage again. I don't think we're threading enough coal. Didn't you say that that's what we were going to be working on? I did say that. Then go and work on it. Yeah, okay, so Dragon Age 4. So typically the way that EA will have worked on that is that they will have started out putting together a bunch of concepts, which will be a small team of maybe half a dozen people. And that will be, right, how do we take the game from where it is now to where we want it to be? It won't have a release necessarily scheduled at that point either. EA might say, right, we want a new one of these, we want it pronto. How about 2 years? Is that enough? And the team will go, yep, 2 years is fine, because you never say no. Not an awful lot of developers have enough power to be able to go, no, not doing it, no. Some do. So you will have had a team that were kind of working on it on a conceptual fashion. And then you start with a few prototypes to kind of go, here's that cool thing we were talking about, and here's why it's cool and why it's a thing. And you try and get buy-in from all the people that need to be buying into this stuff. Going, yes, this is a cool thing. And go, yeah, we think so. We think this could be the coolest cool thing we've ever introduced into that. Okay, and then maybe it goes into full production, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it gets, okay, well look, now is not the time for this. Let's look at it again in a couple of years. Or let's look at it again in 18 months. Or however much time. At which point, you're then into often a separate set of people is then assigned to it, and they'll look at the design stuff that was done previously, but they might have some fresh ideas. They might go, what if we were to do this instead? And people go, oh yeah, doing this instead could be a lot of fun. Yeah, let's do that instead. So they take it back to scratch, and then they start doing prototypes again, and maybe it stalls out. Maybe they start working on it, and maybe like I see Skull and Bones has been evoked in the chat. Skull and Bones is probably a really good example. Now I've got no idea what's going on behind the scenes there, but it is in development hell. Now development hell will occur when they can't make it work, possibly, or all of the user testing that they're doing is coming back negative, or they don't feel like it's good enough. For a company like Ubisoft, they will be going, this game needs to be a Metacritic hitting 9, right? Now we can discount any reviews that are boo Ubisoft, because there are some places out there that will mark your game down based on who the publisher or the developer is. I know it's almost like reviewers aren't all that, but they're not. Yeah, are these all speedy belts? They are. Well, not super speedy, they are speedish. It's better than it was. They weren't beforehand. Those are triple speed. That's on a fair lick. That one. Any prediction as to when Final Fantasy will end? No, none at all. I don't do Final Fantasy. It's not my game. Never has been. I can't do turn-based battles in that fashion. I just don't find it enjoyable. So I'm the wrong person to ask about any Japanese games, to be honest. And it's not because I'm biased against Japan or the fine people they're from. It's just that Japanese game style just doesn't appeal. I've never found one that's really floated my boat. Outside of, you know, a Gran Turismo or a Street Fighter or something like that. But even then I don't play them exhaustively. Yeah, you were going to murder the coal belt. Nah, I was talking about I probably should murder the coal belt, but I think it's going to be quite boring. So I'll probably do that off camera. Right. Well, we've restocked the power generator. I think I need to upgrade my coal input to make sure they're not running low. And in fact, when I turn this back on, because it will start again now, when I turn it back on, I need to monitor how quickly we're getting through the coal supply. Yeah. What about Metal Gear Solid? Nope. Resident Evil? Nope. None of that. Just not interested. They are not my kinds of game. They're just not. I'm not into it. For no good reason at all. Well, no, for the only reason that really matters. Don't like it. It's not fun. That's the only reason. Super Mario is Japanese. Oh, Mario can do one. because he's a platform game, and platform games can go away. Okay, yeah, not interested. Platform games are just puzzle games with motor reflexes. You kind of go, oh, great. Yeah, terrific. Yeah, no, not interested. They are the absolute, the game I can't stand. You have to do it this way. I don't want to do it that way. Well, tough. Well, screw you then. Yeah. And besides which, Mario's for kids. Yep, it's for kids. Kyle, let's chuck 20 quid in the bucket. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for continuously providing a running commentary that is both engaging enough and consistently banal enough to accompany my medic schooling study sessions without distracting my productivity. Good on you, Kyle. Yeah. I know. I approve of people going into medicine in any fashion at all. I provide quite a pleasant drone, allegedly. I don't know. I would imagine. Actually, I probably stand by that. Quite a pleasant drone. Right, let's see. Now, what we're waiting for is that the backlog of coal that was coming out of the interim hopper is still filling the belt, right? So if you would have to wait for the hopper to be empty, that's not going to happen anytime soon. I don't think that's necessarily it. Then what's causing it? Maybe you're powering up one too many things. No, I've got a power overhead to spare. See? Look, we can peak all the way up here, and we're currently all the way down there. You would have to almost have double the number of machines power up to do that. So the only thing it can be, could be water. Could be water. Yeah. Go and have a look at your coal hopper. Because that's the other potential there, is that if it runs the coal hopper dry and this starts coming through sporadically, you will gradually erode those coal backlogs that each power plant's got. Don't know. Do not know. Yeah. I've just had it with Japanese influence everywhere and in everything. It's gone on for decades. I know. I see. I'm a Japanophile. Minor Japanophile. I like the stuff that comes out of Japan. I genuinely like, a lot of Japanese cultural imports. And I find that, and art style and all of this kind of stuff. I like it. But games, I just don't get on with them. I don't get on with the games. Yeah, don't know. Couldn't tell you. Yeah. Max consumption exceeds production. Hold on. I might have read that wrong. Hold on. Wait. Max consumption 782. Capacity 780. Yeah, 705. Well, what the heck? I would have to have a hell of a lot turned on for that. No, I've got buildings that it wouldn't do it. Definitely wouldn't do it. No, it definitely wouldn't, because I've got at least a dozen or more heavy use machines that will stop producing. Also, you're not getting anything like the number of ingots through here that you need. Alright, well, let's go and investigate that. That might be something I can help with. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then just managed to rebook a trip to Japan that was supposed to take place in April 2020. Ah. It feels like there should possibly be some follow-up to that, but yeah, there you go. Right. Why is that belt empty? You see, now that's big. No, it's not now. That was when the power was off. That's feeding more coal into the system. Okay, well, that shouldn't be a problem. Right. Are you waiting on stuff? Arguably coal? Nope. You've got coal coming in at pretty much the right rate. Are you? You seem to have a bit of a delay in between one ingrot being done and the next one kicking off. There's your third. Obviously, this is not... There you go. Now you've stalled. Ah, right. Okay, we need coal coming through faster. What sort of speed of belt have we got coming in? These are speed 1. Yeah, but that's the Brucey bonus belt. Okay. That one has got no problem. Yeah, but you're not nicking coal off this one. True. Okay. How much of this have I got? 500. Oh, ruddy go to town then, friend. Oh, ruddy will then, friend. It already is on strength 2. Well, that's not going to fix it then, is it? I don't think you can hijack this much coal without it interrupting your flow. Or you do some kind of belt split, merge split. Ah, can't be bothered. Right. It needs doing, but I'll do it later. Well, why don't you also hijack the coal from the other side as well? Or why don't you create another one of those so you can up your steel output? Because then I won't have enough iron coming in. These are all valuable upgrades. Well, look, you've got half an hour left on your stream, son. What are you going to do with your time? I'd love to know what his problem was. Yeah, but you don't. So what are you going to do with your time? Alright, I'm going to fix this bit. Alright, okay, good. Yeah. Let's slay all of this. Alright, yeah. I'm going to end up with a backpack full of all kinds of nonsense. But let's get this resolved here. I want a third one. You can get out of the way as well. Right. Okay then. I bet I haven't got the resources to make one. You might be lucky. I am not lucky. I need some frames. But let's go get some. It's only 1,000,000 miles away. Okay. Make braids in the belts. I'm not going to make braids in the belts. Life is far too short for that. Far, far too short for that. I'm going to trot down this bad boy, and then I'm going to trot back in the opposite direction. I'm just learning a little bit about Mech Warrior and playing Mech Warrior 5. Mech Warrior is good darts, but it's intriguing. Because I played quite a bit of Mech Warrior 2 and quite a bit of Mech Warrior 4. And it's very satisfying to move your mech around. The problem that Mech Warrior has, or has always had, is Land of the Giants. Right? In the Land of the Giants, no one is giant. Because you're all the same size. And therefore, mech versus mech combat, yeah, you feel beefy. I worked on a game once upon a time called Fractured Space, which was a spaceship MOBA. Right? Multiplayer online battle arena. 5v5, big spaceships. Right? And you look at the videos of the thing, and you see them, you know, absolutely thumping the hell out of each other. And you go, oh, this is fantastic. Yes. Right? Fantastic. If you've got more than 5 coal generators, I need more water. Okay, well, I'll put water on my action item list. I'll do that as well. Yeah, I've got time to do all of these things. Big spaceships. And the spaceships look spectacular. The problem is that if every spaceship is big, none of them are big. I made this argument repeatedly. I said, like, we need some smaller ships. We need something so that you can rock up in your big spaceship and batter the hell out of it. You can just beat the heck out of all this little stuff. This is what Titanfall got right. Titanfall is it's a shooter with mechs, but it's it's a multiplayer game, but it also includes little AI dudes running around the place who you are better than, and therefore you can rack up a heck of a score even by just shooting the little AI lads, the little computer players. And feel like an absolute ruddy boss, even if every time you bump into a human player, they beat your face in. And that's very clever, because what the former Infinity Ward chaps figured out was respawn. That's what they're called now. They're called respawn. Respawn. What they figured out was, not everyone can win, right? In a multiplayer shoot environment, some people are going to lose. You kind of go, oh yeah, it happens to me. I lose regularly. Kind of go, but do you lose all the time? Kind of go, no. Bet some people do. I bet there are some players out there who lose all the time, lose every single round they ever play. You kind of go, God, that's not going to be much fun. No, it's not, is it? Oh, so what do they do then? You kind of go, well, if they stop having fun, they stop playing. At which point, the next tier of people who were losing 90% of the time, all of a sudden, they're now losing 100% of the time. Oh, no, this is exactly what I was talking about last week. Yeah, it's exactly... Unless you are tipping in so much fodder into the top of your player funnel that you can endlessly replace the people who are quitting because they're not having fun because they're dying all the time, then sooner or later you're starting to erode players who were having quite a lovely time. Thank you very much. Oh, kill-death ratio. Brutal. Yeah, I mean, that's another mistake. Another mistaker that was maker is revealing the kill-death ratio, because the second you do that, people obsess about it. Why did you move? The power's off. Don't think the power is off. I think the power's back on again. The power is on at the moment. Oh, yeah, no, you've just severed some belts. Yeah. Maybe go fix that first. Yep, okay, we'll do. Sounds like World of Tanks. Yeah. Now, you fix that kind of thing by implementing multiplayer that matches you against people you should have a good game against. But then you land a new problem. And the new problem is there were people who were used to a 15-to-1 kill-death ratio. And the second they're matched against people who are as good as them, then all of a sudden that starts dropping like a stone, and they start sulking a lot. They start making a lot of noise about how you've ruined it. Yes, because previously you were just ruining everybody else's game, but you were having a lovely time, thanks very much. But now you're actually having to play on a level playing field. You're not having as much fun anymore. Interesting. I mean, I didn't see it written anywhere that players who were dead good should enjoy themselves more than players who are a bit hopeless. No, pretty sure you all paid the same price of admission there. So, shut up. It doesn't work, doesn't wash. I mean, basically anybody whose enjoyment is decreased over time is going to complain about it. Because they're human. What else are they going to do? Of course they're going to complain about it. They're human. Can't win. You can't win. In the long term there is no winning about these things. I think games need to learn how to be switched off. And I think all games need NPC opponents. PvE can be satisfying up to the point that's player versus environment or player versus the AI, right? Is going to be satisfying up to the point that the challenge is so low that there's just no fun to be had. I mean, there's some people out there who only enjoy playing against other people. Are they wrong to do this? No, of course they're not. No, it's their game. Once they have their hands on their game, it's up to them to decide how to play it. You're going to need a splitter here as well. Okay, what do you got here? This is a splitter. Then you have done the right thing. Have I though? Hold on. I need to think. That's what that noise is. Yeah. Very good. Right. How about sound thinking? Right. Take that away. You've left some bits on the floor. Yeah. Okay. I'll worry about them in a minute. Take this away. Yeah. What is these bits? It's currently containing a bit of coal. Okay, well we can live without that. Yeah, let's do all of it down here. There's enough room for about 4 right next to each other down here. Right, build me a Foundry, por favor. Right, spin her around a bit like this. You know what you should do? Oh no. Yeah, all right. Come on in. Let's go. Foundations. Let's do it. No, bigger, fatter foundations, please. Right. Don't get too close to the stinky smoke, for it will make you poorly and sad. Okay, right, there you are. Let's have that. Right, delete this. Hope it doesn't leave too many bits on the floor. It's left some bits on the floor. It's probably coal. Probably is. Right. Keep going with the foundation. Just check. It's coal and some iron ore. Right, okay. Keep going. Foundation, please. And again. And again. All the way into it. Playing Steel Battalion Normandy 44 this week. Oh, that's a good game. That's one of the Eugene ones, right? Steel Battalion. I'm pretty sure it is. They make War Game as well, which I'm jolly fond of, but it frustrates the heck out of me. And the reason it frustrates the heck out of me is because it's a good game, but. It looks spectacular when you zoom in to see your units doing stuff, right? You know, getting it done and mowing things down and flying in with an airstrike and all of that kind of stuff. It looks absolutely brilliant. But if you were to look at the game like that, you'd lose every single time because you need to be playing it zoomed out, and you kind of go, yes, and you just kind of go like, oh, it's such a frustration because you want to get in, you want to see all of the stuff happening, but at the same time, you don't really want to blow it because you're too busy looking at stuff happening. Yeah. Also, it takes quite long. It takes quite a while to be good at it, and you know, I'm a command and conquer boy. You know, I like it simple and knucklehead. I like your traditional RTS, and it's more. The Eugene games are far more strategic than they are tactical. Yeah, and also I like base building. Wow, no one could have seen that coming, but that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate how good those games are, because I do. I'm just never as good at them. Takes some getting into. Yeah. I mean, I think the same is true of any genre that you've got a passing familiarity with, where you can see that it's great. You can go, yeah, I get that this is great, but I'm so bad. Armour is a great example of that. You can see how Armour is great, but the control system for Armour was designed by someone who hates people. And then when that was with Armour 2, I picked up Armour 3 thinking, oh, maybe they'll have figured out how to make it not suck. Nope. The control system still sucks. And you kind of go, but I want to do all of this stuff. Because you end up just getting wasted by dudes who saw you from 6,000 metres away. And you kind of go, I never even saw the bloke. Why am I'm dead again. I'm not having any fun. Uh-oh. And once you're not having any fun, you are no longer wanting to play. That's a problem. Wasn't Armour one of those one-person jobs? No. Big team. Armour. The Armour team's a big team. It was originally Operation Flashpoint, which I played. I used to absolutely love making scenarios on Operation Flashpoint that would just play themselves. Where you'd have a bunch of tanks coming over the hill. I mean, a lot of tanks, and then you could just watch them shooting each other up a lot. Armour can be amazing at some genuinely amazing times, but it's a bit work-like. Yeah. For those of you unaware, Armour is a shooter, but it's an ultra real. Well, it does the best job. I'm not going to say it's ultra realistic, but it does the best job at conveying how dangerous it is being a soldier. In that you don't get to respawn. When you're dead, you're dead. And dead happens very easily. Yeah, you are in no way bulletproof. But no, it looks like there was just just the range of stuff you can get up to looks terrific. But sometimes you kind of go, oh, I wish this played like COD. And you kind of go, you heretic! Get out of here before I burn you. That'd be fairly justified, I reckon. Right, let's keep the motor running here. Now, the problem I'm going to have off this is I won't have enough stuff. I'm not going to have enough coming in to justify this number of processes. That, of course, can be fixed. But I am going to need this amount of gubbins being made to make this work. Right. You might go, oh, he's made a mistake. No, I haven't. I know what I'm doing. Really? Yes. I know what I'm doing. Do you, though? Not COD. Battlefield was so much better. Battlefield. Well, I worked on Battlefield, as you know. Battlefield's great. Absolutely great. 1942 was tremendous. Battlefield 2 I worked on a lot. I did a lot of work on Battlefield 2. And Battlefield 2142 never needed that much work. No, not 2142. Vietnam. Vietnam didn't need too much work because it was a reskin. I love Vietnam. Battlefield Vietnam was such good fun to play. It wasn't a great game, but it was immensely satisfying to play. They'd got the helicopter piloting. They'd made it so easy to use, so accessible. It was terrific. It made it so you could just play it and have fun. You've got coal on the bottom deck, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You got all of these in? I've got all of those in. We should start to see some coal rock up soonish. Possibly. Yeah. Am I tired? A little bit. Yeah, I'm flagging. And that's usually because by this time in the stream, when I've been jabbering away for 4 hours, with a small break, I start to go, yeah, my brain's going like blah 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 blah. I'll get a little bit batteries down, you know. You see, you watch many a streamer, and very few jabber away with quite the level that I do. This is not. It's not to say that they're not valuable. I think they're all immensely valuable. But you didn't turn up to sit here with me in silence, just drawing in bits of conveyor belt, did you? No, because that's not fun. And therefore, the lips keep flapping. Right, I think that's got it. Let's have a quick look. Not enough supply. Yes, I know, it's a poison gas cloud. I'll be fine. Just leave me alone. You're not my mum. Right, 1, yeah, 2, yeah. Need to configure these. Obs. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, and then you're going to need to go for a wander and definitely get some more iron coming in. Ooh, on which note, give this some iron. There you go. Give it some coal as well. Have some of that as well. There you go, because I don't want to carry it around. No, that would be a bad thing. Next one. Steel ingots for you. Have some of this and some of that. Groovy. Right, on to number 3. Where are we? Still at number 2? Yep. No, number 3. Right. And number 4. Yep. Right. And number 5. Yes. Right. Power. Have some of that. And a bit of this. Yeah, it's all good. Right. There you go. Yep. 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 I used to watch Frankie in 1080p. Frankie in 1080p. I've watched Frankie in 1080p playing Armour. I preferred Soviet Womble. And I know everybody likes Soviet Womble, and therefore it's a very obvious thing to say. But Frankie was okay, but I preferred Womble. I think Womble was a little bit funnier. But, you know, that's the thing with humour, is you're allowed to take your pick and choose the one you like best. Right. Are you working? You should be. No, because we're not actually on the grid yet. Oh, okay, yeah. Right. Yeah, you, there, and you. Anyone else? There. Okay, is that everybody? I don't think I configured this last one. Pretty sure you did. Oh, it turns out I did. Alright, now, put it on the grid. Also, you have severed the grid down to the mines. Ah, yes I have. Sorry, jumping like a Burke here. It's just not flipping functioning. Right, okay, there we go. Right, stick one in wherever. Done. Grab some cable there. Yeah. Grab some cable here. Yeah. And then cable it up to something else. Oh, is that all I need to do? Oh, yeah. There's the something else. Cable it up. Go. The power is on. Razidora, that doesn't sound safe. Okay, good. Right, now. What you have just done is you have severed your extra coal input. And therefore potentially made the coal problem worse. I think we established it wasn't a coal problem. Oh, we did, didn't we? Yeah, no, what we decided was that it was a water problem, and given that you already knew there was a water problem, I think that's probable. Yes. Right, grab some 6. I think 3 will do it. Yeah, okay, grab some 3. Grab some 3, bring it out here. And same goes for you. Alright, same goes for you. I might tidy these up, I might not, but they've all got to be merged anyway, so it's all good. Alright, the spice is flowing. You are the happy belt. Right, okay, let's go. How many have I got? 5. Merger. Okay, alright, yeah. Tannenberg looked interesting. I can't say I've heard of it, but I can't say I've studied it, looked at it sufficiently to go, oh yes. Oh no. To be honest, my multiplayer shooter days are long behind me. The twitch reflexes of young people are far superior, and unfortunately is just a thing. That's just what happens. You get all these young people who've got super twitchy fingers. And also time. That's the big one. Is once upon a time, I'd play Team Fortress 2, and I would get the highest score in every single round. Every single round. Playing as a heavy, I'd get the highest score. And that lasted for about 3 weeks. And that was when the game first came out. Because firstly, I played it a lot. And secondly, I'd started playing it before it came out. And therefore I had a head start over other players. But you can maintain that by staying on the cutting edge. I went away for 6 months, came back, played some more, got absolutely brutally destroyed by everyone I'd play against. Every single player I'd play against. No, I'd also note between engineer and heavy, but I found that fewer people could stand being the heavy for very long. Medic, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, medics are my homeboys. Medics are great. Okay, we've got a little bit of a stacky queue going on here, which is not a bad thing, because that will offset the fact that we haven't got much coming. There we go. See, look, we're already defeating the... it looks to me like you've run out of iron ore over at this far side. Yep. It does look like that, doesn't it? Yep. Probably because it is like that. Anyway, you can't do much about that now. Go fix your water supply and then you can call it a day. Yeah. So yeah, it's the time spent to be good at it is the trick. Is the trick. I mean, I really enjoy Dota. Dota 2. I'm a big fan of Dota 2, and I'm not as stupid at it as everyone is to start with, because I've learned most of the lessons, but I have no interest. I will quite happily play against randos and lose, but I will not play with randos. I won't have them on my team. And you kind of go, oh, because they suck, right? Nope. Because I'm prone to sucking. I have moments where I make knucklehead decisions. If I'm playing with my friends, they will forgive me. However, it's one thing to have a bunch of children smack-talking you after they've just beaten your team. Okay, alright, that's fine. It's childish, but at the same time, alright, okay, yeah. It's something else entirely when it's your own teammates just being rotten. At which point you kind of go, yeah, I'm not interested in playing with you. Not even slightly. You're playing it wrong. I'm playing it my own way. You shut up and play your own way. I mean, when I play Dota, I never play carry. I tend to play a safe lane semi-carry, right? Oh yeah, I know the words. That's how I tend to play, and I quite enjoy playing that way. Spirit Breaker is my favourite. Now, arguably, Spirit Breaker is a carry, but no, he's only a part carry. Yes, he is, but just because there it is. Right, okay, you've plugged that in. What's your plan now, Chief? Well, I've just got to get it on the network, right?
Relaying message.
Oh
Hello,
no,
this is Paternal Figure.
she's going to start
I have
banging on
taken
about
ill
some
and need your
trinket
help
she wants
find
me
a
to
cure.
retrieve again.
Doctors say that the only remedy is alien
Right,
artifacts.
okay, grab that, come on here, grab you, come down there, plummet into this one. Yeah.
Harvest.
No. Any other questions? Oh, it's there, look. Right, okay. Right, so, bit of pipe work. Can you retrospectively, I imagine you can. It's pretty good about such things. I was going to ask, can you retrospectively stick a pump on a pipe? I think you can, can't you? Or retroactively, maybe. Well, if not, I'll figure it out. There's two of them. No, you're looking at the same one from a different angle. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I thought I'd left an empty pipe end there, but I guess not. About there. Yeah. Right, give me a ramp, please. One times foundation, one times ramp. No. I've got unauthorized hostility warnings going on. Really? Doggo! Okay, right, hang on. He can't get at me, I'm on the wrong side of the pipe. I've got him walled in. And you can't do nothing. Ha 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 ha. Until I go around the end here. In which case you very much can do something. Well, let's make it so that he can't then. Yeah, alright. Also, he's ranged. Good point. What's that about that? I mean, it's only one on. I can just go and excommunicate it. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. Right, knock this out.
Breaking news from Earth.
Right,
Widespread
and
chaos and
then put a
mayhem.
quick
World President urges all citizens to do their part
valve
and harvest
here.
alien artifacts.
Is that a valve? It's more of a junction, isn't it? Yeah, it probably is. So, and then hook it on. Now, obviously, the water isn't going to come up of its on its own. It's going to go. I need some help. Going uphill's tricky. You kind of go. Well, yeah, I suppose it is. There. Okay. All right. Yeah. And, the other annoying thing about this, you're going to need a step ladder to get over the top of it. But it's not. I mean, it's not that annoying. Obviously, I'm not that annoyed. Right. How's your water level? It is. Gets up to 20. It's dropping. Okay, it's dropping. It was water we were running out of, friends. It was water we were running out of, friends. Yeah. It's only Valve who never make a third edition of the game. And, well, yeah, but Valve's an interesting place because people get to choose what they work on, or at least that was the guidance that was shown in the employee book that was released a few years back. Maybe as many as 10 years back. You can choose the project that you're most interested in working on. Bees, are they coming after me?
Doctors say that the only remedy is
have I seen
alien
Unkibit's take on Satisfactory? No. I don't, as a rule, I don't watch games being played on the internet. I don't watch Let's Players. How it took me this long to realise that Let's Play is maybe not not the winning format anymore. I don't watch them, and yet, yes.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable
Shut
artifact.
it, woman! I don't need you telling me stuff about things. I'm not going to get it because it doesn't do anything. There's no point in me doing so. Oh, you have got this pump going the right way, right? Well, the pressure's doing its thing. Yeah. Right, go check on your friend up here and see if we're getting upfill. Oh yeah. Oh, we're getting upfill, all right. Good. Then I think I have solved the power plant. She sounds like I did last week. Yeah, it's quite possible. Okay, right, we're there. We're there. Yeah, check next one. Full. Good. I know, it just dipped, but I think it's dipping and then refilling very immediately. No, don't be down here. That's right, you've got a belt you can climb out on. While I was building more of these, when I originally started more of them, I piped myself in to start with, and I went, oh, well, that's going to prove tricky to get back out again. Obviously, you just remove the belt and then everything's fine, but even so, you just got to go, I'm such a fool. Yeah. And running low, but is it filling up? Yeah, it ticked through 9. There it goes again. And it's ticked through 10. We are now plus water. We are no longer short on water. They can be muted in options. Yeah, but I can't be bothered. I'd far sooner complain about it. Yeah, I know. That's the, you know, this is the kind of thing I do that really bugs the hell out of people. They go, if you would just follow what's written on the screen or go and visit, you wouldn't have to. Do you know how much commentary I managed to get out of things not working right because I haven't enabled it properly, or I've got something enabled that shouldn't be, or whatever? That's half my material. It's a godsend having something to gripe about. It's an absolute blessing. I've got quite a lot of this steel going on now. I'm not going to spend it on speedy belts. I'm going to slap it all in the whatnot generator. And I've still got an itchy eye. I bet I put something in my... I know what it was. Jeff flipping whapped me in the eye earlier on with his tail. And I went, Jeff. And now I'm going, I've got an itchy eye. Yeah, Jeff's left you a little something in your eye. Brilliant. Well, maybe I'll deny him cat food. Can't see that working. Complaining about things that are easily avoidable. Totally. It's what I'm all about. That's the advert for my channel. It's over here somewhere. I can't remember where I put it because it doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense. I need signposts and stuff, which are a thing. I should probably unlock them. Yeah. Right, there we go. I'm done here. We're all clear for the day. You can go home. What am I even looking for? Your standalone machine that makes specialist stuff. It's here. I think it was probably behind you when you started this odyssey around the top floor of the map. Well, yeah, possibly. Right, how many have we made now? We only need 500, and we've got 78. Oh, well, that should speed up now. I've got a bit more steel coming in. I ran by it. Yeah, I can't rule that out either. This is all business as usual. Right, thanks very much, team. This has been a lot of fun. Talked a load of old nonsense, as usual, and a wide variety of semi-diverse topics. Semi-diverse, but a wide variety of semi-diverse topics. What's on tomorrow? The football is back tomorrow. I've got two football videos queued up. I might put one out midweek, but I think I might take a fresh with the remainder of the season. I think I might cut down the length of the video. They are too long. The second video that I've got is an hour and 20 minutes long. It's too long. It needs to be cut down, more succinct and better. And I need to figure out where the edit points are for that. Yeah. Good. Right, I'm off. Transport Fever back on Monday. Probably another 3-episode week, I reckon. I'm going at it with the Transport Fever because then I can finish it, and we will finish. I think the ideal is the last Transport Fever lines up with me having finished with Satisfactory, so I do the last Transport Fever as a live stream, and then after that I go into whatever I'm playing next. I'm not sure what it's going to be yet. Currently bubbling towards the top are RimWorld, and because lots of little people I can yell at, and Subnautica, so that I can be scared by fish. Great, good, there we go, that's it, I'm off. Pressing the button now. Thanks for watching. That's the wrong button. Pressing that button. Thanks for watching. Cheerio. Thank you, Ski.